Nice.
All right.
That
That
was
was probably
awesome.
3 minutes.
You're right on time, right on schedule. Actually, you still have like 30 more seconds. But thank you for not going over. Actually, no, you didn't. 6 p.m. exactly. All right. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Heidi, for that amazing music. Now, let me introduce, if they are here. I believe they're here. Um, but well, first I want to welcome everyone to this event, Friends of Allensworth virtual fundraiser, and I believe uh, I believe our first guest is here, or they may still be connecting now. Um, Ashley, did you want to make any opening comments?
Yeah, I'll just do just a little Zoom 101 real quick for people who are not familiar with Zoom. Once we start getting more people, you might not be able to see who is speaking. You can fix that by going to, if you're on your computer, at the right corner, there will be a view box. There you could change it to speaker view, so then you will only be seeing the speaker, which might help when people are giving their speeches or performing for us. That's it. And thank you for coming, everybody.
Yes, thank you so much for coming. Thank you everyone for being here. This is a fundraiser for the Friends of Allensworth. So if you can, please go to their website, friendsofallensworth.org, and you can find the donate button there, and please donate whatever you can. Um, so we have looks like Buddy Jones and friends. I'm not seeing Buddy Jones, and I talked to him like 10 minutes ago, so he might be having some technical difficulties, and he said he'd be here. So let's, Ashley, should we go right into uh, the Friends of Allensworth president who we have here? Okay, so since we don't, it doesn't look like Buddy Jones and friends here yet, let me introduce the one and only president of the Friends of Allensworth, Sasha Biscuit.
Hello, everyone. So
Hello.
excited to be here with you guys. The music was great.
All right, Sasha, tell us who you are and anything else you want to tell us about Allensworth.
Okay, great. My name is Sasha Bisco. I'm the president of the Friends of Allensworth. We are the cooperative association connected to Colonel Allensworth State Historic Park. We put on 4 events a year to raise money for the interpretive program at the park. So the interpretive program is when you go visit the park, especially the children, there are docents there that teach the children how to survive, how the people would have survived in early 1900s by showing them how they made candles and used oil lamps and made homemade ice cream and how they make their own butter and how they had to use the restroom out back instead of in the house and how there were no showers and they took baths in number 2, number 10 buckets or whatever size they are. And how you had to boil the water to get your water hot in order to take a bath and just takes them back in time, you know, no internet, no TV. Children had to learn to entertain themselves. So all of that's taught to children and adults when they come to the park, and that's done by docents. So we are always on the search for docents. Docents are trained by state parks. You can purchase your own period attire, or you can they can loan you some from the park, and you're trained to tell the story of Allensworth and the building that you're in. And you dress up in your period attire, and the people come in and out all day, and you just tell the story. So it's a great way to learn about the town of Allensworth and the people who live there and how they lived. So if you're interested in becoming a docent, we need you desperately, because when the children come out, it's really kind of sad because there's like 21 buildings in the park, but most of the time we only have maybe 5 open and the rest are locked because we don't have docents to sit in them and tell the story. So the Friends of Allensworth is always looking for volunteers, computer work, editing, advertising, all kind of stuff. So whatever you're into, we could use you. Um, and I'm so happy that Justin is putting on the fundraiser because, like most people, COVID really hit us hard last year. We were not able to open the park, and most of our sales come from the store. And we didn't really have any last year. So, but we do have our store up on the website if you'd like to go there and check us out. And that's basically it for me. That's what I do every day. Work with Allensworth.
Nice. Yeah. So if anyone has any questions, this would be a great time to ask them. But yeah, this event, I'm super glad that we're putting this on. It's put on by myself and Ashley from Black Lives Matter Hanford, and we also have some other events coming up in the near future, helping out the NAACP with the talent show coming up uh, on March 6th. And anybody have any questions? Feel free to ask Sasha while she's here with us now. Go ahead and speak up.
Sasha.
Yes.
Hi, this is Albert.
Hi.
Hey, Meredith and I were at Allensworth yesterday,
Oh, okay.
and it was amazing.
Was that your first time?
Oh no,
Oh,
we've
okay.
several times, and
Okay.
if anyone that's watching has not been, it's an absolutely amazing little spot. I have to say that the facilities, I'm talking about like the restrooms and the showers were like immaculate, immaculate. I mean, and we had one of the state rangers come by and just stop by and said wanted to answer any questions that we had,
Okay.
and we got a really good. Um, we talked, we visited. She shared a lot of helpful information about just the park in general, and we just had a great time. And
Oh, that's
again,
good.
we've been there several times. I want to say a half a dozen times, and we're never disappointed. It's quiet, it's
Yeah.
peaceful. You get away from a lot of the crowd. My only question is with to you, Sasha, is how are you doing with all this COVID insofar as visitors is concerned, or even the young children? How are you doing, or are you doing it?
No, the park is closed for actual tours. It is open, so you can do like you and your family did. You can drive through. You can, if you can catch someone out there to talk to, they will, discuss the park with you. If you don't find anyone out there, in front of each building, there's a pole, and on the pole, you can dial the number and put in the code, and you can listen to the story about each building as you sit or stand in front of the building.
Right.
So that's working for people since it's closed. But yes, the park is closed for tours, but it is open for families to just come in and wander about and have lunch or whatever.
Yeah, that's exactly what we did, and
Yes.
we did the audio tour, which I thought was kind of cool. That was neat. That was very neat.
Okay. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself.
Yeah, we had a great time.
Yeah, there's still quite a few people that visit the park, even though it's closed. I don't know if they know it's not open for tours, but I've been out there several days since it's been closed, and there's people coming and going. So people are still coming out there. So we would normally have our 4 events out there, but due to COVID, we're going virtual. So we just put on a event. We went Facebook. It's on our Facebook page, Friends of Allensworth. So the one we did in October and the one we just did last Saturday is on our Facebook page. So we will be going virtual with our events until the park opens. At this point, looks like maybe January.
Cool. All right. Anybody have any other questions for Sasha? I know some of you kind of just popped in and missed the little bit of Sasha's speech and whatnot about Allensworth, but this is all being documented on Facebook, so you can go back and watch that after the event's over. Did anybody have any Any questions?
Am I acknowledged on here somehow? I'm sorry, this is David Jones, Troop Jones, Buffalo. So I don't see myself out here. And let me tell you, first and foremost, I am not a tech savvy guy. Okay. You ask me about horses and critters and stuff like that, camping backwoods, I got you. But this stuff, I don't know, because I can't see myself. But apparently somebody hears me because I see y'all laughing.
I hear you. I can't see you either. Where are you?
I'm somewhere in this virtual zone here. I guess I don't know how to get my camera to work or.
Okay, yeah. There's a thing you would push. It says start video.
Start video. Okay, so I have stop video.
Yeah, you click that, or no? You know what?
No, his
Um,
camera's probably not on. Is his
Okay.
camera on?
There might be an issue with you. You might not have a webcam sort of thing built into your computer.
Well, there should be. It's a fancy one of these little fancy laptops. But I tell you what, like I said, I'll take back a horse any day from being around this thing. Let me see. But my quick question, I'll work on that video here in a minute. Hey, Sasha, first of all, welcome everybody. Good to see you guys, the ones that I can't see. But hey, Sasha,
Yes.
I saw you earlier today on a different one with a gal, and you were talking about that that Amtrak is now participating in all events, not just some events, but all
Yes.
events, right?
Yes.
So I would love to try to find that person who does a little advertising and put a Buffalo Soldier on that train to Allensworth. Being that the weathers are the way they are, and I could probably arrange that, not have to always bring a horse, but we might even be able to get some other Buffalo Soldiers to take that train and do some kind of a little engagement presentation before we get there to also entice people to enjoy the train ride to Allensworth.
Well, now the people coming from the south are going to be envious of that because you're coming from the north.
Well, let me tell you, that's always my goal, is to ruffle the feathers. Absolutely, bring attention where it's needed. But I thought that was a great idea. It's always been something I've thought about. And again, you know me, I'm coming with a horse any chance I get. But there may be some other things we can do to put a buffalo, but we'd have to work that out with the staff there on Amtrak and set it up and figure out how we can make something like that happen. So
great. I'll forward you her information. Thank you so much.
And then I'm gonna work on this camera thing. So let me mute myself. Because I don't want to interrupt anybody.
But yeah, like Sasha was saying, go check out some of their content on their Facebook page, facebook.com/Friends of Allensworth official, and they have some amazing videos that you can see. You can get a little bit of the history there, and then you can see some of the newer content that they just released the other day. Any questions for Sasha about Allensworth?
Oh, is that David?
Yeah, so Sasha, hi, this is Honorable Kimberly Tapscott. I'm chiming in from Fresno. Can you give us some information in regards to how we donate?
Oh, you can go to the Friends of Allensworth website, friendsofallensworth.org, and there's a donate button on the page.
Sash?
Yes?
My name's Buddy Jones.
Hi, Buddy.
How we doing?
Fine, how are you?
Can I share a little history with you? Little living history?
Go ahead.
Some years ago, when they decided to have Amtrak stop at Juneteenth celebration at Allensworth, there was a problem. The problem is that Amtrak could stop, but there was no off-ramp. So people couldn't get off the train. So they put a bid out to build that off-ramp. And I was in construction at the time. And I won the bid.
Oh, yes, I remember you telling me the story at Sequoia. And David.
No, I'm both. I'm Sequoia and Allensworth.
Yeah, yes. Okay, go ahead.
So what happened at Allensworth is the folks in this side of the valley had no idea of the clout of the Black Caucus in Sacramento. So I won the bid, but they disqualified me.
Mhm.
They disqualified me because I didn't advertise for disabled vets. However, I called the office and got the numbers of all the disabled vets, and I had called them all. So that blew that one in the water.
Okay.
So the next one they got me on, it says, but you didn't put it in the local newspaper. So you're disqualified. So the word got back to Sacramento that I got disqualified. And the Black Caucus said, that ramp better be there on Juneteenth. We had advertised trying to get a Black contractor. You got a Black contractor and you disqualified him, okay? Now they're really between a rock and a hard place because the process of rebidding the job again would have taken 30 days, which was past Juneteenth. And they said some heads will roll if that's not in. So they called me again and said, would you mind doing the job for material and labor? That's a good deal. And I did. I put that first off-ramp in at Allensworth
Oh, great.
against all odds, and it's still there.
Oh, great. Yes, I
Yeah.
remember that story.
So the story between Allensworth and the Sequoias is I've done more work in the Sequoia Park than any other African American since Charles Young,
Okay.
125 years ago. Some of my work, Dave, some of my work dovetails into Charles Young's work. So it's a future generation carrying on to the, well, my work will be there forever. It is my hopes within the next year to get a tour that starts at Allensworth and goes to the Sequoias.
Great.
Yeah. So that's a little past history, current history, and some future dreams.
Oh, that's exciting. Okay.
Nice. Cool. All right. Well, buddy, you are actually up next. Do you want to unless does anybody have any questions?
Let's finish with Sash first.
Yeah. Anybody want to chime in with any other questions or comments directed towards Sasha?
Yeah, I would just want to add something that someone asked about donations. How do you donate? And maybe throughout the program, we can interject that information on where you go.
Definitely, yeah. In the chat, we have Ashley putting that in there. And
Okay.
for those of you that are watching on Facebook Live right now, hello. There's a couple people out there watching, and they'll watch probably after work or something. But you can make donations to Friends of Allensworth at friendsofallensworth.org, and they have a donation page there that you can donate. And there's another. You can also donate, I believe, by check as well, and possibly a few other ways. But yeah.
And one quick thing about that, if you guys are hearing me on this, is that you also ought to emphasize estate planning, right? Or leaving, so as
Yes.
somebody plans for their
Correct.
estate, that you can actually make a donation through that kind of a contribution, which I think a lot of people may not be familiar with, but actually could be one of the better ways of doing it at the appropriate time when it comes. So that's another avenue is asking Allensworth or allowing Allensworth to be a part of your estate planning. So
Yes.
great thing
Yes.
to interject those comments about donations, because I think from what I see, and Buddy, I want to say, man, I remember our phone call we just had a little while back.
That's
and now I'm
right.
glad to see a face to a voice. So that's awesome. And look, I'm going to shut up because when I get started, I don't stop. So I'm going to let everybody keep going until it's my
Stop
turn.
now.
I'll jump in here and there.
Adding to the fundraising, I think we should let them know that they can also become a card-carrying Friends of Allensworth with their annual membership.
Yes. We are always looking for new members. We've had a few people sign up, and we have we got five $50 gift certificates from Amazon donated to Friends of Allensworth. So everyone that signs up in the month of February, we will go live Facebook on the 6th of March, and 5 people will win a $50 gift certificate that we got from Amazon. So yes, we're always looking for new members, board members, volunteers. So whatever your craft is, we can find a place to use you.
Mhm.
And
Awesome.
how do we go about doing that, please?
Volunteering.
Signing up to be a friend as well?
Oh, friendsofallensworth.org. There's a membership form there. You just fill it out. You can pay via PayPal or credit card or whatever, and then we'll mail you out a card. And then you can be a lifetime member. You can be a pay every year. There's different ways to sign up. You can sign up as an organization, as a church, however you'd like to sign up, we'll take you.
And then I just want to say hello, Dr. Michael. I haven't seen you in years. Good to see you. And I see you, Ron Jones. Hello, hello.
Cool. All right. Any questions for Sasha?
I'm sorry, I was muted there. So hello there. I gotta keep up with the technology as well. Okay.
Come on, brother. We
I
understand.
would have one real quick for Sasha before she goes, which would be the cemetery. How is that progress coming along?
Okay, so the cemetery, we think we have the cemetery handled. What's going on now is there's an attorney that's helping Friends of Allensworth get temporary custody of the cemetery. We will hold custody of the cemetery until the town of Allensworth can take custody. Once they take custody, there's all kind of grant money out there that they're getting ready to apply for. They have a grant writer on standby, and the grant writer will write grants, and they will get that cemetery handled.
Hallelujah.
So that's what we got. Yes, we must handle the cemetery.
Can
You
you
know,
give us
just
a little
recently-
update about the cemetery? I'm sorry. Can you give us an update about the cemetery, please?
The cemetery, Friends of Allensworth is in the process of taking physical custody of the cemetery. We will hold that custody until the town of Allensworth, not the park, the town of Allensworth can take custody. Once they take custody, then they will apply for grants and they will get the cemetery. We're going to handle the cemetery. At this point now, we're just always looking for volunteers to clean the cemetery. So if you go to our Facebook page, several months ago in the summertime, there was a group that went and volunteered, and we cleaned up the cemetery, and we actually dug so that we could see where a lot of the graves were. The cemetery has been in disarray forever. So you can actually see the names of the deceased, of some of them, and then you can actually see the plot. We kind of cleaned it up to the point where you could actually see the plots of some of the people. But yes, we know there's about, I think, 50 people, somewhere in that range of deceased people out there. And so we need to identify those bodies, and we want to get headstones. So when they take custody, then they will get the money they need to get the headstones and beautify and get water out there and just make it look like the cemetery, the way the cemetery should look.
Should look like the one in DC.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes,
That's
sir.
Hi,
right.
can I jump in and say something? This is Cynthia Sterling, former city councilwoman, Fresno. And I worked with Nettie Morrison, the late Nettie Morrison,
Yes.
on
Yes.
the development,
Yes.
well,
I'm glad
along
you
with my
mentioned it,
father,
Roberta.
the late Feltus Sterling, on the
Mhm.
project out in
Okay.
Allensworth. So as a licensed funeral director in the state of California and president of Black Women Organized for Political Action, just make sure that you connect with me, and I will work with you to see what scholarships, first of all, are out there, but then also as part of the Black Funeral Directors Association, see what we can do to bring this type of project into some kind of recognition. We have a national organization of which I at one time was secretary of. So make sure that you get me back in contact. So I'll get with you, Sasha, or connect through Dr. Crystal Jackson. as to, you can get my contact information, so it's not going to be a problem.
Okay, all right. Thank
Okay,
you.
yes, that is wonderful. Headstones and funeral business and cemeteries I can handle.
Oh, great, perfect.
And we
perfect.
want you all to know Fresno is in the house and we are here for you today.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's right.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Well,
Oh, thank
a few weeks ago, there was an article about the top site visits for tourists in the United States to go to in terms of Black monuments. And Allensworth was in that top 15 list.
Okay.
So, but I've been out there. You do not want to show people that cemetery yet.
It is, well, it looks better now.
Yeah?
It looks really, really bad. I
Oh,
mean, it's
good,
better
good.
now, but
Because I was
we
there
cleaned it.
last year and I said, oh my God, because I'm working with Clarence Sugum and James Banks.
Okay.
We want to help with that project also.
Okay. For right now, we always need people to group up and clean it up. And then once the town takes custody, then the grant money will roll in and they can handle it. But right now, it's going to be on Friends of Allensworth. So we need to keep it clean until we can pass it on to the town of Allensworth.
Well, it's in part of my mission statement when we do the touring that some of the funds will go to Allensworth.
To Allensworth or to the Friends of Allensworth?
Friends of Allensworth.
Okay, because I was talking to this lady and she was so upset. She said, I donate money to Allensworth all the time. What's going on with the money? And I said, okay, so you have to understand that when you donate to the park, to Colonel Allensworth State Historic Park, it goes into State Park's large bucket of money. And then about 40% is allocated back to Allensworth. So if you donate $100 to Allensworth,
I didn't know that.
Allensworth will get maybe $40.
Right. If you donate,
and she didn't know that. So
if you donate to Friends of Allensworth,
the money stays with us, and we donate to the interpretive program at the park.
Oh, okay.
As well as other things at the park. So, you know, depending on what you donated, you could actually tell us, I'm going to donate money for this project and I want this done at the park. And then we make sure that that's done.
And that would include construction, not just historical presentation or anything, but actual construction? Or does that have to be run through the California Park system?
Yes, it goes through California Parks and then they find a contractor or whatever's needed. But if enough money is donated to put a roof on or paint a building or whatever, then they tell us how much it's going to cost and then we take that money and donate it to get that project done.
Okay, just for clarification, you said that you can donate for a specific project. Is that right?
Yes.
You can earmark it for.
Yes, because right now we've got leaky roofs, buildings that need to be painted.
Is there a list on the website of different projects that need to be funded?
No, we haven't. We haven't put them on the. What I can do is I can put that on there. I can get with state parks. I know we've got leaky roofs. I know we need buildings painted. We've got some broken windows. We probably need new screens on some of the buildings. You know, Allensworth is always a work in progress. There's always something that needs to be done. We've got the floors in the Singleton store, as well as the flooring in the Allensworth Hotel needs a coat put on it because the wood is wearing and it needs to be sealed. I think it's some type of polyurethane that you can put on it.
Right.
You know, so there's a lot of things that wouldn't, you know, I mean, the polyurethane is a little expensive, but if there was a group or someone that wanted to donate and say, you know, I want to make sure those wooden floors get a polyurethane coat on them, then you could donate to the Friends of Allensworth and dictate what that you want the floors done. And we would make sure that got done.
So Sasha, do we have a curator, someone that's over all of these projects to be able to, one, designate what the repairs are, two, to be able to let us know when we're making our contributions to the Friends of Allensworth, that we can designate those funds to those projects that are in need of repair?
No, not exactly. If you donate to the Friends of Allensworth and tell us what you want done, it's probably best that I do get a list from state parks on how many roofs need to be replaced, what that's going to cost, how many buildings need to be painted, what that's going to cost, the flooring, whatever. I could get a list from them of all the things that need to be done at the park. Some things they are getting ready to do. We do have that visitor center on its way. Thank God, because I really thought due to COVID, the governor would pull the money. But we had a letter writing campaign, and we sent letters to the governor and said, please do not remove the money for the visitor center. We have waited 40 years for that visitor center. And what we have there now, that trailer is a nightmare. It has asbestos in it. And we must have that visitor center. So even though COVID hit California hard, that money was still there. So within the next 3 years, we should have that new visitor center. We are waiting to, actually, we have a meeting the second Saturday of March with California State Parks via telephone conference call. So anyone that wants to join that, let me know and I'll give you the number. And you can listen in, ask questions. We are waiting for verandas with solar panels to be put into the campground, because right now it's basically dry camping. There's no electricity. There's water in the middle of the campground, but you have to bring your own water hose and get water to your campsite. So the verandas with the solar panels will be a blessing. The water system under the ground is a nightmare. That's going to cost a fortune, but we have to get the water system underground repaired before we build a visitor center. Otherwise, the water that comes into Allensworth, there's no way it's going to support the visitor center.
And that goes back to the whole history of why we fell behind water.
Exactly, behind the water again.
And then I wanted to, so then what we need to do is, I don't know if there are any appraisers or anyone on the call that could possibly go with you and walk through and do an assessment of the whole area. Then we can make a list of repairs, and then we could be more targeted towards where our monies need to go. And then after we get that clarified, I just want a little more detail, please, on the cemetery. Who owns the cemetery? What is that issue?
Well, Tulare County owned the cemetery, but Tulare County they didn't want the cemetery, and they did nothing with the cemetery. There was they just basically turned their back on the cemetery. So there's always been volunteers to go out there every now and then and clean the cemetery. Well, that is not working. And that is if you've ever been out there, it is a total disgrace to our ancestors who were buried out there. Amen. Some of those people were actually the first to arrive in Allensworth. It is a total disgrace, and we just cannot let that happen. So the town of Allensworth, in order to continuing burying people out there, they've got to go through this whole process. The lady that was just on about the cemetery, she probably knows what I'm talking about. You can't just take on a cemetery and start burying people there. So as long as Friends of Allensworth has custody, there will be no funerals there until we can roll that over to the town, and they have to go through this whole process so that when they take custody, they will be able to continue to bury out there.
So I have one quick question. Honorable. Are we able to have the city of Tulare gift the cemetery to Allensworth?
We're in the process of that now.
Okay.
They are gifting it, but they don't want it.
And this is Cynthia Sterling again. Like I said, what we can do, Sasha, trustee, we can have a conversation offline and set something up with the State of California Cemetery Board and Funeral and Cemetery Board, and we can take that to that level and discuss this situation. I actually think there's been a conversation about this in the past, because when Nettie Morrison was alive and others, I was we were getting that information together. And then of course, as time goes on and things fall apart, and we had, the other civil situation with the cows and all of that.
Yes.
Yes, things got away from everybody. So I think if we all now come back together and just have the conversation, I think I can help maneuver you through this process without any problems and get you back on track. I
Now
think
is
you just
the
need
time.
connections. You
Now
just need
is
connections.
the time.
We got connections.
Yes, now is the time.
Good.
Dr.
Now is the
Michaels, how are you? Thank you for, but yeah, we can
Pretty
get you
good.
through
Thank you,
that.
Michael.
So we'll be able to answer those questions, and so you guys can move on tonight. This is not going to be as difficult. It's a matter of all of us coming together, being a part of a coalition, saying we want this, and then we may have to start a writing campaign. But believe me, they don't want us to start again as in the past. I'm positive they'll work with us. We'll get this taken care
You
of.
couldn't find a better time to do it.
Yes, this is
Exactly.
absolutely a perfect time, and it's a beautiful location. It's a wonderful setup, and it should have been done, and I think it could have been. But as age comes and people lose, connectivity, now we're back on track. You have a new set of people and a new set of leadership that's out there. Let's get it done. We'll make it happen.
Sounds good.
Mhm.
All right, if everyone can put their email in the chat, and so that it looks like Debbie Darden already said that she would like to attend the meeting with the state on the parks and put her email. And so if everyone that's wanting to get involved wants to put their email in the chat, and we can kind of stay connected that way, that would be good. So thank you so much, Sasha, for providing all that information. Hopefully everyone absorbed all that, and we can go from here and get some things accomplished. I'd like to welcome up Dr. Robert Michael from of CSU Fresno.
He's on mute.
You called my called my name just as I was trying to type in my my email address. But let me finish that. I think you might have it already, but okay, there it is. No, see if I can get back. So where did Justin go to? What did you want me to do at this point?
Well,
I'm not
just
sure.
tell about your background, as far as what you've done, and your involvement with Allensworth.
Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't know if you were going to give more history on Allensworth or just jump in with that. I'll start by saying that I first learned of Allensworth when we were having a Black faculty and staff meeting on campus at Fresno State, and one of my colleagues, Dr. Alex Lark, made a presentation on Allensworth. Now, Allensworth is about 75 miles south of Fresno, and I had been in Fresno, living in Fresno since '66 and teaching since '72. So I had been on campus, in the education area for at least 10 years and had not heard about Allensworth until that meeting. And Dr. Lark informed us that his father had lived in Allensworth and he was a minister there. So that began some really interesting history, and especially after I finally had a chance to go down there and visit the site in which the church, there were more than one church, but this particular church was located. And so that really piqued my interest because I wanted to share that with my students. And I did talk about it in one of my classes. And at that time, the university had just started what they call Saturday School. And I was able to get a grant from the university to start a class, just a 1-unit class, credit, no credit, or they could receive a letter grade. And we would meet on campus for on Friday night, and then we would take a field trip to Allensworth. And so we did that, and not knowing that it was going to extend itself to the number of years in which the class was offered and the interest in which students showed in enrolling in the class and wanting to go down to Allensworth and find out about Allensworth. And I started taking pictures, not knowing what I was going to do with them. And my kids have always, my children, I should say, not kids anymore, but they've always laughed at me about the way my pictures turned out. You know, I started way back in the day of the Polaroid camera and the 35 millimeter, you know, with the film and all that kind of stuff.
Giving up some time there, Doc.
I know it, right? Been around for a while. So I started taking pictures, and as it turned out, I came up. Well, I don't know if you can see this, but this is the picture of the eventual booklet that I wrote, a 40-page pictorial history of Allensworth. And our first field trip, we we borrowed. Well, Fresno Unified loaned us one of their school buses to take I had it too close there. And I know some of you know Charles Francis and who else is in there? Anyhow, some of the community people and some of the campus staff wanted to go down there. And so we took this school bus, not knowing that the seats were designed primarily for little kids. So we were seated like 75, hour and a half on a half seat, because the seats, you know, were designed for the little kids and not for adults. But thereafter, the dean, Peter Clausen, would have an amount in the budget each year automatically to fund a chartered bus. And so that really helped out a lot. And we started offering the class every October when we had the rededication program. And I think the second or third year, I learned about Dr. Eleanor Ramsey, and made contact with her. She was a professor of sociology at Berkeley. And she actually wrote her dissertation that's titled Allensworth, A Study in Social Change, which I got a copy of from the archives, not the archives, but the University of Michigan, where they had I'm trying to think of the word that they use, but microfiche. There you go. When you're old, you finally find the words that come back to you after a while. But anyhow, the microfiche. So they made a copy of that, and then I contacted her, and she volunteered to come to class, come to Fresno, and for a couple of years at least, she would come to the class and talk with the students about how she came about doing her dissertation on Allensworth. And then that became the basis for the park to start their restoration project, along with, of course, Cornelius Pope, who was at one time a resident and then became a state employee. And it was through his efforts that the park was, you know, converted into a historic site. They were about to turn over, you know, whatever remains were there, and disc everything and just, you know, wipe out that whole history until Cornelius Pope wrote a proposal, and the state agreed that it was of historical significance. And that was in 1970, 72, I think it was, that that Pope did his proposal that was submitted. So anyhow, that's basically it. Every year, and I can't remember, you know, actually how many students, I never counted, but we always had a busload of students that would go down to Allensworth during the October celebration, rededication celebration that took place. And so maybe, when did I retire? In 07? So from 1984 through that time, each fall semester, we would take a group of students down there. And over the years, I've seen those students who come back, you know, and bring their families. So it becomes a multiplier effect. It becomes a generational thing, where as the word gets out, and as we, you know, continue to support Allen, the park, then it will stay alive. And even though we've had, one bad year, we've come up with a way of, through virtual presentations to
Great.
preserve the richness of Allensworth and what they attempted to do, and we are still fighting with, Black Lives Matter, same kind of issues that Allensworth was dealing with. We're still dealing with it, but I think we are at a stronger point right now, and I really commend Black Lives Matter and the youth because at my age, I've seen a number. I grew up in New Orleans, and as the Sterlings, but and I attended all black schools, and it was a time of segregation and the civil rights movement that went through Dr. Martin Luther King, and they accomplished a lot, but then there were a lot of setbacks, and especially with the Supreme Court that we have now, and how they have tried to water down the voter registration, and the Civil Rights Voting Rights Act, and the Civil Rights Act of '64 and '65. So, but I see a different kind of effort going on by Black Lives Matter, and with the youth, and some of the demands and proposals and contacts they've made with city governments and state governments and on the national front. And so I think we are in for changes that will sustain themselves, and that's the main thing. That whatever changes are made, they put in place and not watered down uh, years later, when the next generation comes along. So what they are recommending and things that are being implemented, I think are here for the long term, and they will sustain themselves. So Allensworth is one of those projects, and that we have to maintain pride in order to do that, it has to be the kind of showcase that people will take pride in, and they will, continue to do so for the generations.
Dr. Michael, thank you so much for that. Do you want to briefly tell everyone how they can listen to your radio show, which you have music, but you also incorporate the history. I know it's Fridays, but do you also want to tell about how you got interested in music yourself?
Okay, well, as I said, growing up in New Orleans, you hear music everywhere.
You
And
are.
music is an integral part of the culture of New Orleans. And we just went through Fat Tuesday and Mardi Gras, and even though COVID prohibited the gathering of crowds, people found a way to celebrate that. Well, when I was a Cub Scout, and my oldest brother, we met a man named Peter Davis, who was our Cub Scout master, and he would take us. He was a volunteer, and you can. This is an example of how important volunteers are, and I'm a direct witness to that. But he would take us camping and teach us survival skills. And then in the afternoon, he would take us to his house, and he had this huge room of different instruments, practically every instrument that you could think of. Actually, I started on not the xylophone, but the vibraphone. And because I like Lionel Hampton, I used to see him on TV on the variety shows. But then New Orleans has a parade for everything, so I I decided that I wanted to switch to the drums because New Orleans, as I said, has a parade for everything. So anyhow, he would tell us, Peter Davis, that is, about Louis Armstrong and how he gave him his first lesson on the cornet.
You're kidding me.
And
Right?
yeah, and he would always talk about Louis Armstrong. He was in the Waif's Boys Home because Louis was kind of a show-off kid, and he would sing and dance on the streets of New Orleans. And one night, New Year's Eve, and got his stepfather's his 6-shooter. It was a blank 6-shooter, and he wanted to show off with the kids, and he fired it, and ended up being arrested, and then placed in the Waifs Boys home, where you earn your way out. You didn't have a sentence, but they simply put you there, put the black kids there. And Peter Davis was a director of music, and so that's how. When Armstrong was 13 years old, he gave him his first music lesson. Eventually, he would donate the cornet in which Armstrong took his first lesson to the city of New Orleans. And in 1995, when New Orleans was selected the city for the first day issue of the Louis Armstrong stamp, I was invited there and presented a plaque that I had made up in Madeira, and it had a picture of Louis Armstrong and Peter Davis on the plaque, and it's at the museum, Jazz Museum in New Orleans. So anyhow, he taught my brother to play the trumpet, and he taught me to play drums. And when I graduated from high school, my parents moved us to Oakland, and where both had siblings in either Oakland, the East Bay, or San Francisco. And we joined the church up there, and my parents bought me a set of drums, which I still have now. I don't know if you can see them there, but I keep them on my phone. But I still have these drums that I play every now and then. I've been trying to teach my grandkids to play, but became the church drummer. And I just sent Justin a copy of an article that I had published in the Syncopated Times about Peter Davis and Louis Armstrong. But to kind of cut the story short, I was driving, I had retired in '07, and I was driving one day and was listening to the radio, KFSR 90.7. That is the jazz blues station, gospel here in Fresno. And they were, Woody Miller was the original jazz host at the radio station. But then, and then his son followed him, Mike Miller. And then Mike left, and so they were calling for applicants to apply to host the jazz program. And I'd said, okay, I'll put in my application. I went over there, and they asked me to do a recording, 30 minutes, play songs, talk over them, and so forth. Well, next thing I know, they're calling me and said, hey, you want to host this jazz program on Friday mornings? And bam. I said, yeah, okay. But guess what? That Friday morning I went in, and the music director went in and he showed me the board and the tape decks, the microphone, and how to turn off the autoplay and go live. And then he told me, he said, I'll be in the next room, so if you need me, just call me when you're playing a song. I could not believe it. I tell you, I was sweating buckets because once I pressed that button, I was live, and I had to talk. I had to play the songs, and it was, for the first couple of 2 or 3 programs, it was really nerve wracking. But since the COVID, I've done that since 2012, and with the COVID, of course, we can't go into the studios, and what I learned to do was to record the program here at home, and actually bought a microphone, and I took a tutorial from the production manager online at the radio station, and I was doubling up on tracks, and the audio was on top of tracks, and it just wasn't working. So I told him, I said, you know what, Brian, this is the 3rd time, and if it doesn't work, I only have 30 days to return this microphone, which cost me $125. And so he said, okay, we'll try it again. 3rd time was a charm. And so what Justin was talking about, the month of February, each month I try to have a theme, but especially during the month of February, I went through from Africa, because oftentimes people, when they start the history of African Americans, they start in 1619. That was the year when 20 Africans were brought over and traded at Jamestown, Virginia, for supplies from the Dutch ship. but our history goes further back. In fact, Sasha and I were talking the other day about the great kings and queens of Africa. And so that's really, African American history, we always say, is American history. And though we celebrate during February, it exists, 12 months of the year. So what I've done during this, the month of February, is each program, I have kind of talked a little bit about jazz music and the culture and the contributions that African Americans made, because jazz is the only true art form in America. And it was developed by African Americans. Started with Buddy Bolden and then Louis Armstrong. And of course, Peter Davis taught Dave Bartholomew. Some of you may have heard of Dave Bartholomew. He was the house band for Fats Domino. And he wrote songs like Blue Monday and Walking to New Orleans, and lived to be 101 years old. He died a couple of years ago. So anyhow, you can listen on Friday mornings, and next Friday, well, actually I record my program on Mondays and Tuesday here at home, and then I emailed it in to the station production manager, and he uploads it on the station track.
What
So
station is that on?
it's on Friday mornings, 90.7 on the radio, or streaming at kfsr.org. And if you have your smartphone, tune in radio app, and the logo will come up, public radio, and just click on that, and the station will come up, and the music, of course.
Thank you.
kfsr.org.
Yeah, I highly recommend it, everyone. I tuned in this last Friday. It was super awesome. Actually, it was yesterday. Anyway, this otherwise.
Justin, I think you're freezing.
Okay. Did anyone hear? Okay, if anyone didn't hear that, I just was saying thank you to Dr. Robert Michael, and let me know if anyone has any questions. Otherwise, Mr.
Flyer.
Richard Buddy Jones.
Someone just put up a flyer. Ashley, while you were talking, I was trying to read that. What was that?
Sorry, I could pin it real quick. That just says where to donate. I've been putting it in there. I'll put it again into the chat box, but just where to donate.
Okay, yeah.
I apologize. I think my internet is having some issues, but thank you again, Dr. Michael. Buddy Jones, you're up next, and your friends.
You're the man. You're the man. That was wonderful. I'm gonna get that radio station.
Thank you. Please do listen.
Yeah. Can I take it back a little farther?
Sure. You
got a minute?
Oh yes. Go right ahead.
First of all, you don't have to be a widely educated person if you said, in terms of American culture, if you just took out African music, just our music, where would we be? Can you imagine this culture without, as my friend said, New Orleans? I can't say it quite right.
There you go.
I got it. But just imagine for a second if they didn't have Black music.
Right.
Okay. Now, I'm very fortunate because I'm studying African drumming from a African drum master from West Guinea.
Oh.
And he's evangelical about his African music, in the sense that a lot of the music that we hear is music that has been adjusted for Western culture. It's not authentic African music, but it's been tweeted a little bit. Quick little story here. So I'm taking a class one day and I could not get the rhythm. I tried, I couldn't. And then a little bell went off. And I said to my friend, And you know, that is not an African, that's not just an African beat. He said, what do you mean? I said, that beat became famous in this country. Everybody knows it. He said, what do you mean? I said, you ever heard of Dizzy Gillespie?
Uh-oh.
He never heard of Dizzy Gillespie.
Really?
Okay? But the beat he was teaching me went bop dood up, bop dood up.
Salt peanuts, salt peanuts.
That was the rhythm, right?
Right.
So I just said, wow, it's in the blood. It's in the blood. So I looked it up. Dizzy spent some time in Africa studying African rhythms
Mm-hmm.
and brought it back here. Same
Polyrhythm.
thing, just salt peanuts.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So what people don't understand is that this rhythm, this music he's teaching us comes back from 5,000 years ago. The Malenke, 5,000 years ago. And a lot of the music that we hear, the roots of it is dead from Malenke rhythms. Those polyrhythms come from Africa, but they're old. They never die out.
Right.
You know, they're going to be with us no matter what we do. They're in our bones. Now, we talk about African rhythms. Africans talk about African music. They don't see their music as drum rhythms. They see it as drum music. And if we knew what we call the basis of African drumming, which is called passport beats, salt peanuts is one of them. You know, boo doo doo, boom boom doo doo. If you learn those basic African beats, then you can go anywhere in the world and play. If you understand what that particular passport beat is. That's number one. Number two is they're African arrangements with meaning and a message that before they had languages, people were sending messages with drums. And the drums would tell the story. So in many, many African villages, before anything starts, they have what they call the djembe fola, and that's the drum master.
Yeah.
And the drum master tells you what's going on. A baby being born, it's time to go to work, there's an accident, this is a holy day. All of those things are in the music. And that's kind of how we survived when we came to this country. It was, a lot of it had to do with the drumming. How many are out there still watching?
We got quite a bit.
Who knows what this is?
Djembe?
Huh?
An African drum, an African drum.
An African drum. It's called a djembe, African drum, okay? Now, when we came to this country, how did they kill the culture in us? There it is. There it is. There it is. He's on mute. He's on mute.
Yeah. Oh, is it?
No,
Yeah.
I believe he doesn't have original sound enabled, but
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah, this is the djembe you was talking about.
when we were sitting on the docks being sold as slaves, the slave masters thought we were just playing drums. We weren't just playing drums. We were talking to each other. They'd put down boxes and we would play, but they took away all the drums.
Right.
All the drums. Anything that would be considered our culture was gone. But we still played. So I'm not what you call a djembe fola. I'm a wannabe, but I do play djembe. And I want to show you the difference of how things have changed, but I'll play a little bit for you.
Oh, you got one.
You get that sound?
keep trying it. Keep doing it. I heard a little bit of it, but okay, I heard that.
Yeah. You see that one?
Now, do you know what the genius of that is? All right, little talking drum there. Right?
This is a drum that was carved by hand and was given to me back in the 90s when I had a African chief and a lady who from Accra, Ghana, made a presentation on the kente cloth,
Uh-huh.
the Adinkra people. And he presented me with his drum, which I politely returned it to him. And he told me, no, when the chief presents a gift to you, you must take it.
That ain't fine.
He said that he was the last surviving son of his mother's 7 sets of twins.
Wow.
And so he went by the name of Chief Twin 77. And this, you can see the stick, it was a flat stick carved out of wood. And then the drum, which I've had since about, I think 92 or 93.
Yeah.
And the bottom is gone pretty much.
It needs a little tune. It needs a little tune. I can get a man to fix that for you, by the way.
You know, I've been looking for that. Good.
Yeah, this guy is a drum master.
Yeah.
And a drum
see the
builder.
bottom. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that drum's gone. That's called stuttering.
This drum is over 30 years old.
Well, here's the deal though. In African drumming, pay close attention. In African drumming, there's 3 tones.
Mm-hmm.
That's bass.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's tone. Tone, bass, tone, slap. Bass, tone, slap.
Mm-hmm.
And here's where our genius came in. The combination of those tones told the story. Okay?
Right.
So listen a minute, and you're going to hear these drums talking to each other. The bass is on its own, the tone is on its own, and the slap is on its own. Okay? Did you hear that conversation?
Very good. Absolutely.
Yeah. They're talking, huh?
Absolutely. Yeah. Beautiful.
Okay, now, because we are talking about Black history, right?
Right.
So when you don't have your drum, what do you use?
It's ever available.
Your hands,
Your hand, your mouth.
anything around?
What came off the ships? Cargo and people, right?
Right.
So they put the people, they take the cargo off and leave those empty boxes. And the slaves sat on them.
Mm-hmm.
Box drums. Okay? Who speaks Spanish here? Anybody?
Poquito.
Poquito. ¿Cómo está, señor?
Ah, muy bien.
Bien, bien. Así.
Now, yo hablé cojón en español. Is that a cajon?
Señor. Sí, señor.
Senor. Cajon
Cajón.
is dresser drawer, right?
Yes.
So the Africans would be sitting on the dock, and we know um, we can identify people by their accent, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're from Texas, you're from New Orleans,
Yeah.
you're from New York, you're from Boston, you know? So we can identify. So if you make the certain kind of noise, at least you know what part of Africa you were from, right? And you keep delineating that. So this is a cajon, which is the box that the Africans were playing. Let me see if you can see it. A box drum,
You
right?
went away. Oh, there you go.
Okay.
All right.
So they were talking to each other. I call us the hallelujah beat. That's your
Nice.
box drum. So we think of Africans coming on a ship, and I don't, Doc, you guys might be able to help me some, but I'm pretty sure that Amistad wasn't the only slave ship that had a revolution on it. lot of those ships didn't make it. And
Oh yeah,
dropped off in many
there
other,
were a number of mutinies, right?
yeah, dropped off in other countries and
Mm-hmm.
and recreated their instruments of music. So I think that
Do you have this one?
huh?
Do you have this one?
Oh, what is that, Dr. Michael?
This is in America we call it the thumb piano. In Africa, it's called the mbira, Mbira. In Mexico, it's called the kalimba. I think I was telling Justin that I presented a paper on the influence of African music in the Americas because they were sent to different parts or traded in different parts of the Americas, Mexico and on down through Brazil. And I went to Manaus, Brazil at a conference of the Association of Caribbean Studies and presented the paper there. And this is one of the instruments that I brought back. It's called a thumb piano, but like I said, in the
Cool,
US. Huh?
It's cool.
Yeah. And you just use your thumbs to so it has a different length that will determine the sound that each of these would make. Did you find yours, Richard?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I'm in the process of tuning it up. How many ladies are we still? Raise your hand there. You know where the drumming came from? You have any idea?
Or dancing ceremonies?
Dancing? You're close. You're close.
I said
Drumming.
ceremonies. I added ceremonies on there.
What happened is the first part of drumming comes from mother and child, right? Because mother doesn't talk to child. What does she do?
She sings.
There you go.
right? She mumbles and groans to child, right? And she rocks in a rhythm. Rocks in a. What does the children do when they hear that sound? One
Respond,
thing we've goofed, huh?
respond.
They respond. They jump.
Oh,
They jump, right? And the mothers see the kids jumping. Okay, and then the mother puts the child down, and when everybody goes to a child's face, they go, right? Over a period of time, the mothers begin to get rhythms. Somebody else does another rhythm with their hands. Somebody else does another rhythm with their hands. The next thing you know is they're clapping and doing what?
moving their feet.
Dancing. Clapping and dancing. Now, this is the short version of it, but if you study it, you'll know it's true. I go to now and then to dance drum classes. The purpose of the drummers is to keep up with the dancers, not the dancers drumming to the drummers. The drummers have to keep up. And if they don't keep up, the women will tell them to leave, you know, because they have choreographed this whole presentations already with clapping and sticks and babies dancing. How many of you have seen a baby just get out of mama's lap at a concert and just walk up to the band? Have anybody ever noticed that? Kids will go to the music. So in terms of history, African drumming has been around maybe more than 5,000 years. Can you name me anything we build today that will last 5,000 years? The music is there, and the African music is there. Any questions?
Buddy, was James gonna be chiming in on part of
He was
your?
going to, but I kind of think we covered Allensworth pretty good.
James, do you have anything to chime in with?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know you were there, brother.
Listen, I'm always here, buddy, when we're talking about Allensworth.
There
I
we
want
go.
to welcome all of you on behalf of Allensworth. I am a fan of Allensworth. I've been working in Allensworth for over 40 years, and I love everything about it. And I'm looking forward to seeing you all there. I have been working on my family history for most of my life. And my family history comes out of Arkansas, my family's migration to the San Joaquin Valley to help gather the crops. And of course, my tenure at Fresno State and at Antioch University. I did a field project at Allensworth through Antioch, where you do one semester in residence and you do all the rest of your work in the community. I was instrumental in helping to get the community center brought online and to help people discuss these issues around how do you get the story out about a wonderful part of our history like Allensworth. And that's what Buddy and all of my other friends, and of course my favorite professor, Dr. Alexander Hamilton Lark, who was my degree committee chair on my master's, and so who allowed me to come to Fresno State every week, whether I wanted to or not, and enjoy all of the wonderful advantages of being associated with Fresno State. And so we are excited about you all being here. We're excited about all of the progress that's been made in Allensworth, the town, as well as the historical part. And as long as the Lord gives me breath, I will be continuing to tell the story of our ancestors. The interesting and exciting part of the story for me is that I was born 100 years after the Colonel. My birthday is April the 10th, 1942. And give a day or two, they say that the Colonel's birthday is April the 10th, 1842. My degree is in rural leadership and economic development, and we have focused on tourism as being the economic engine for Allensworth, and we continue to go forward with that. So I'm more than happy to give anybody a tour or circumnavigation of Allensworth and the greater San Joaquin Valley. So I've been listening to Buddy playing the drums. I went to the first class that he had, and I decided that my hands would do better cheering the drummers as opposed to beating on the drums. So my heart definitely pounds out the rhythms when Buddy pulls his drum out of the car. We've been working on a project where we're going to start building our own box drums. Last year, this time, we were at Salt Lake City, where we visited with the at Roots Tech, and Buddy played his drums there, and it brought the house down. There were over 10,000 people who came around that great hall trying to find out where those bass notes were coming from. And they were coming right from our hearts. I want to thank you all for giving me an opportunity to join you tonight. I've been sitting here. I saw Paul Boyer. I don't know if Paul's still here. I'm looking on my phone, so it doesn't have as big a screen as my computer, but my computer didn't want to comply with my wishes today. So
were we just talking about, Paul?
Good to hear your voices, everybody.
We're just talking about you today, Paul.
So we are all excited, and I'm looking forward to seeing you all at Allensworth or at Visalia or wherever we can meet here in the Valley to move forward with this great story of our history. A couple years ago, we started an initiative when Texas said that they were no longer going to teach African American history. We started an initiative to take back our history and to tell our own story, because our story has been mistold so many times. I was at last year when I was at Salt Lake City. I met a gentleman who was the president of the African American Genealogical Society, and he put on a lecture that verified that they could go back beyond 1620 or 1619, and he had the records of 2 slave ships that came out of Guyana, bringing 400 indigenous servants, 100 of which were lost in the Middle Passage. He had the records, the names of all of these folks who are in our culture and that we don't know about. So we are looking forward to sharing this rich history and our connection with Africa. And today I was talking to a lady who was telling me that there are Blackfeet in this area who date back to before white men coming to the valley. So the experience, I'm a lifelong learner, and I look forward to sorting out all of these stories because it's truly an invigorating adventure. And I want to encourage you all to continue this great work that we're doing. And I look forward to meeting you all and giving you all my personal experience and tour at Allensworth. Thank you very much. I love you all.
Thank you, James. Thank you for chiming in. Real quick, I wanted to just let everyone know Buddy and I and a few others are organizing a drum workshop tomorrow on Zoom, 6 p.m. If you're interested in the link, it's in the chat. Well, my email is in the chat, and I can email you that. My email is jsandthetrees@gmail.com. Anyways, let's move on. David Piero, please welcome to the stage.
I saw him there a few minutes ago.
He's on mute, and he's here though.
Yeah, I'm David Piero.
Hey, David.
I became acquainted with Allensworth when I was living in Bakersfield. My dad was we lived on a small farm. Actually, it was kind of a communal farm. Each family in a group of about 8 or 10 houses had an acre, and then we had about 40 acres in common. On 20 acres, they raised cotton. Well, I said we raised cotton, and then everybody had an acre where they had their little gardens and some goats or a cow or two. My dad, when we moved to that little farm outside of Bakersfield, he'd already accumulated about 8 or 10 cows, I'd say. He got kind of chased out of Bakersfield, out of town, because we had cows right in town in the late 40s. And so people got tired of that, I think, all the smells and the odors and flies and stuff. So anyway, we moved out. So we moved out of town in 1950. So by, let's see, 1952, we'd gotten a larger herd. On the 1st of January 1952, our house burned down.
Mysteriously?
Pardon me?
Mysteriously?
Well, no one was home at the time. We had two houses. We had a wooden house, which had no electricity. And so we had a kerosene lamp there. Then we had another house, which was several houses down from where we lived at. I mean, where that big house was, it had the kerosene lamp, but a brick house down there. And then the night the house burned down, myself, my mother, and 2 or 3 of the other children were there at the little brick house. My dad was going to church. So while we were gone, the house burned down. But a neighbor came and told my mother, "Did you know your house is burning down?" So we didn't know it. So we went down there, and sure enough, by the time we got there, it was just nearly gone. The fire engines were there, but it was gone. So anyway, I don't know when my father first heard about Allensworth, but Gamelia Hall Herring, we knew them at Bakersfield. We pastured our cattle on some of the land that they owned or controlled at least. So they knew about Allensworth because they had once lived there. At least Mrs. Hall did, Hall Herring. So I don't know if he learned about it from her or from some other means. Also, my parents had bought a few acres east of Allensworth a little before that, and they went out to check out that land. I know that. In any case, by January of 1953, we had 50 head of cattle. Nice. And I remember that because I counted them as my dad having loaded on a big diesel truck and trailer to go to Allensworth. So we moved to Allensworth, January 1953, on Young Avenue. We were the last house before the end of the Avenue 32. And off to the west on Avenue 32, it was Ms. Anna Wells. She was down there. She was our nearest neighbor. So when we got to Allensworth, let's see, there are a few of the old timers left: Mrs. Wells, Anna Wells, Oscar Wells, Mother Cows, Mrs. Singleton, Edith Singleton, and the Heinzman. So there are a few of the old pioneers who were still there. Mr. Jackson was one of the few farmers. He was a dairyman. He had, I don't know how many cows, he had maybe about a dozen cows. And his nephew, Leo, Leo Tompkin was helping him to with his dairy herd. Since we had about 50 head of cattle, and my dad also began to sell milk too to the, there was a creamery at Tipton, Arden Creamery, and they used to send a truck over to Allensworth and Alpaw and other places, I guess, and collect the milk. So we sold Arden Creamery, I mean.
Yeah.
So anyway, besides Mr. Jackson, who was a dairyman, the only other farmer, black farmer there, was Mr. Enoch Clark. He was also the pastor of the Baptist church there, the big church that is there in the park today. It was operative back then. In fact, my family, we worshiped there on Tuesday nights, I think. People from Bakersfield would come out and we worship there on Tuesday nights. Had a big wood heater in there, and I remember it'd be either too hot or too cold. But anyway,
What year were you born?
I was born in 1941.
Okay.
So I was 11 years old when we got there. I was in the 6th grade. Ms. Alwortha Hall Tompkin was my teacher. She was the first child born in Allensworth. However, she was sick by the time we got there, so she was only my teacher for 2 or 3 months, I guess, and she died the summer of 1953. So Mr. George Finley was my last teacher at Allensworth. I had, before Mr. Finley, there was Ms. Sidney Lowry in 1953 and 54, then Mr. Finley, 54 to 55. I finished Allensworth in 1955. So anyway, some of the things I remember we got to Allensworth was that they still had steam engines running up down the tracks there. I had no idea I was going to wind up working on the railroad as a career. My dad, he tried to buy the 10 acres where we were renting at. When we got to Allensworth, he rented a house and 10 acres. Like I said, on Young Adams, we were renting that place. He tried to buy that acreage and that house, but the owner wasn't interested in selling. So he wound up buying 63 acres on Avenue 24, which we still have, and that became our farm. We didn't have a well there, so we moved there in the spring of 1955, and from that time to the time I went off to the Army in 1964, we still didn't have a well. However, I guess it must have been 65 that my dad was finally able to get a well. A Whitten Drilling Company at Delano drilled my dad a well, put the well in for nothing down. So he got that well drilled. So when I got out of the Army, I was really surprised he had a well. So he was able to really start farming then. But anyway, so when I got out of the Army, I'd gone to Bakersfield College for 2 years before I went to the Army. And while I was in the Army, I got married, but I still was determined I was going to finish at Fresno State. I was studying industrial arts. So when I got out of the Army, we stayed at Bakersfield for a little while. I got out in January of '66. So I told my wife we're going to move to Fresno. So I'm going to go to Fresno State. So I drove a truck quite a bit before I went off to the Army. And so I was looking for a truck driving job when I came up to Fresno, in June of '66. So the Owl transfer was right across the street from the Fresno depot at that time. So I put an application in there, among other places. When I came out of Owl's transfer, I saw that Santa Fe depot, and I thought, well, I'm gonna put an application in there. I won't get anything, but I'll just put an application in. So I went in and I gave the guy my sob story. I just got in the Army. I was married. I had a wife and one child. I was planning to go to Fresno State. I was trying to get a job. So the first thing he did was ask me what kind of a job did I want. I didn't know anything about the railroad. I didn't know what to say. I didn't care about anything. I just wanted a job. I thought I might get a job, a janitorial job or something. But anyway, he asked me, well, would you like to be a fireman or brakeman? I didn't know what those jobs were. I never crossed my mind about getting on with the railroad. So I'm puzzling, trying to think what they say. He said, what did you study in school? I said, industrial arts. I'm planning to become an industrial arts teacher. He said, oh, you like mechanical things? Yeah, yeah. So, well, you like to be a fireman, probably, yeah. So, okay, told me his name, told me where the roundhouse was down at Calway, 2 or 3 miles south of Fresno. Said, you go down to the roundhouse at Calway, tell them I sent you and that you want to be a fireman. If they don't hire you as a fireman, he said, you come back here and I will hire you as a brakeman. So I left happy because hey, I got a job one way or the other. So I went down there to Calway and they hired me. So that's how I got on with the railroad. And one thing I'll never forget was there was only one non-white in the operating department when I got there. It was a Hispanic conductor who had been raised by a white family. There were no Asians, no blacks, just that one Hispanic. And no minorities in the engine service. So when I got there, I was the first black fireman. In fact, they only hired 2 firemen that summer. Santa Fe did at Fresno, and I was one, and the other guy was a white guy, younger white guy. And so happens that you had to, before you could start working, you had to do a big open book test. About 1,000 questions on that say. And since I needed that job, I worked on it late, and it took me a couple, 2 or 3 days to finish it, but I finished it. So I got ahead of him and on the seniority list. So to make a long story short on that, I got you had to go several years of on the job training before you could take they give you a test. They give you a battery of tests after 4 years, 3 or 4 years at that time. And then if you pass those successfully and you please the road foreman of engines who does the final promotion, then you get promoted to engineer. So I got promoted to engineer in the fall of 1971. So I was the first black engineer to I know that because I was on the seniority list above all the minorities, in fact, in 1971. And so the next guy right behind me, his name was Jesse Jackson, of all things. He's a black guy. I mean, he's right behind him on the seniority list. But anyway, I worked on the railroad between Fresno and Richmond, California, and Fresno and Bakersfield from 1971 to 2001 when I retired.
30 years. Huh?
My phone keeps ringing. But the one thing I didn't mention earlier was that on my first trip to Bakersfield, after I got on with the railroad, as we approached Allensworth from the north, coming from Fresno toward Bakersfield, I began to wonder if I'd see my dad out irrigating his field. And sure enough, as we approached the farm there, our farm is right against the railroad tracks. And as we approached, I saw my dad out there, and I told the engineer, "Hey, that's my dad out there in the field." He said, "That's your dad? That's your farm?" I said, "Yeah, yeah." He said, "Hey, run on the walkway and wave. I'm going to blow the whistle." He blew the whistle, and he got my dad's attention. I ran on the walkway, and I was waving like mad. And my dad, he saw me, and he's looking and staring. He was about maybe 50, 100 yards from the tracks, I guess. So he saw it was me, and he was really smiling big when he recognized me. So I'll never forget that. So the one thing that I've thought about, and I thought about then and now too, is that I think one of the main reasons I got on with the railroad was because of the civil rights movement. That was 1966 when I got on. The Watts riots had just taken place, and the civil rights movement was really going full swing in the South. So I give that credit for myself getting on with the railroad. And like I said, they began hiring blacks in Richmond too. So after I got on, I watched all of the other minorities who got on besides myself later on into engine service and train service. Train service is where you call brakemen and you're going to become conductors. But I saw the other blacks, Hispanics, and Asians get on later. So so the civil rights movement was a blessing, not only to blacks, but to all minorities. Because like I said, when I got there were no other minorities on, just that one Hispanic guy. So anyway, to go on back to Allensworth, let's see, what else did I want to say? I think I mentioned that when we got there, the Welleses were there. Anna Wells, Oscar Wells, Mother Cowes, Ms. Singleton, and the Heinzman. They were all there. So what else did I want to say?
The Royal, Alice Royal?
Pardon me?
Alice Royal?
No, I said Mother Cowes, Edith Singleton. The Singleton's house where they have in the park now, the lady who lived there was Edith Singleton when we got there. So she was there with her grandchildren. Her grandchildren their names were Dunn. She had I went to school with two of her children at Allensworth, two of her grandchildren, Marjorie and Herbert Dunn. Her older grandson, he was at high school when I got there, but I went there with those two at Allensworth. So let's see, what else did I want to say here? So Mr. Clark, he raised cotton. I think I don't know if I told that yet or not. At Allensworth, when we got there, he was the pastor of the Baptist church, and he had about a 20-acre farm. So we picked cotton on his little farm, and he was the only guy who was actually raising crops there on a commercial scale there at Allensworth. Nobody else had a commercial well. The only wells in town was that blacks had were Mr. Clark's irrigation well. Mr. Isom, who lived down at the corner of row 24 and row 32, he was the school janitor. He had a domestic well in his place, and we had the town well. The town well was not very strong, and every summer you have to struggle to get water very, very, very fast at it. We had to haul our water. The only people who had pipe water were the people in part of the park area now. They were the only ones who had piped water. Everybody else had to haul their water. So let's see who else had. Oh yeah, there was one other domestic well on that same street on Avenue 32, where a lady named Mrs. Black, she had she didn't live there, but she had a horse there. I guess was her pet. I don't know when she lived there. But when we got there, there was nobody living in a house on that street. No one living on road 32 on the north side, but she had a house there, and she had an old horse, a blind, and she had a well there to supply water for that horse. So those are the only wells that were working there at that time. There were a few others that had been drilled, but they were all dry by the time we got there. So the water situation there has always been a problem. When I was there growing up, I had to herd cattle a lot. That's one of the reasons we went to Allensworth, because there's a lot of free pasture around there. And with my dad was 50 head of cattle, he didn't have enough money to buy hay all the time. So anyway, where the water came into Allensworth, at the time I thought it was a canal, but it's actually the White River. And the big farmer there, Jack Phillips, the Phillips family, they were using the White River as a canal. I always thought it was just a canal until after I left Allensworth. I didn't know that was the White River. And also I learned later too that Deer Creek, which now runs north of Alpaw Road, it originally came into Allensworth. I saw the map, and the man who showed me the map where it came into Allensworth originally, about a mile south of Alpaw Road, he told me that he talked to the man who said his father, his grandfather, had helped do the diversion. So they diverted Deer Creek north of Alpaw Road, so it went into Alpaw, and that's part of the reason that Allensworth lost its water supply. I was watching a program a couple of nights ago, and the TV announcer said that Allensworth lost its water rights because they didn't pay some taxes. So I'd never heard that before. But anyway, that's my version of that.
Sounds right.
It's on the water. Pardon me?
I said it sounds right.
So anyway, let's see. So anyway, the main thing I wanted to say was on the I retired from the railroad in 2001. So I had a good career there. There's, like I said, a lot of minorities on there working now, all of them down the valley. So that's about my story of Allensworth.
Wow, thank you so much, David. That was some amazing information, and we had some people chime in, and they are definitely glad to be here and hearing that story, of you being the first Black train engineer in California, and you being a historical figure in the railroad industry. It's an honor to have you here speaking to us. So thank you so much for joining this event. So yeah, let me real quick do another shout out. Check out the Friends of Allensworth website, friendsofallensworth.org. Make a donation to the Friends of Allensworth on that website, and follow them on Facebook. And let me bring up another awesome person. We have David Jones.
Had to get unmuted there, but thank you for that compliment. I appreciate that greatly. And thank you all for being here and for having me be a part of this. This is absolutely remarkable. And I've already myself have learned a tremendous amount of the history there with Allensworth, with the people who actually have been a part of it for their at least part of their life. And I greatly appreciate that information. I think it's absolutely awesome. And just a little bit about me. My name is David Jones, and Trooper Jones is my alias as I go out and travel about throughout California, presenting our history. And my forte is the Buffalo Soldiers. But as Dr. Williams had mentioned earlier, I believe it was, that I often find that people like to start our history at slavery in this country, and not to their fault. It's an ignorance that they have because that's what they've been taught. But we go back way back in time, and one of my relevant parts is the North African tribe, and what they called the Moors, who conquered Spain and ruled Spain for 500 years, and brought the Europeans out of the caves and the squalor and everything else that they lived in during the Dark Ages. And people, again, maybe don't want to kind of see that as that's the truth. That's what really happened. So it's easier to start us at slavery because that kind of puts us at a shortcoming, so to speak. But even with that, this story of the Buffalo Soldiers is one of the most remarkable stories, I think, of American history. It's not just Black history. And I will say this too, because I was stumped one time up in Sequoia with a question from a gal from the Netherlands. And when I mentioned the word Black soldiers, this was an odd perception for them. They were like, "What do you mean by Black?" They had no idea what I was talking about. Black is a color, not a people. What is your culture? What is your tribe? And we know, as African Americans, what we have lost through an extensive time throughout history of our culture and our religion and our languages and these things. And it's great that we have people like Buddy Jones and others that are trying to bring these things back to educate so that people can understand and have a better idea of what the actual took place during this period of time, and how, again, as I mentioned at the end of my presentations, the victors goes the spoils. They're going to write history according to the way they want. They've defaced monuments before in the past, and it's what we do as humans if we're trying to promote our own agenda. But basically, I am a cavalry soldier from 1866 on into the 1900s, and I like to portray this character on horseback as authentically as I possibly can. So I have all the accoutrements and equipment that's necessary to do that. And I make my travels throughout California, and we actually here in Sacramento, California, have our own, and actually it's in Folsom, California, our own African-American historical landmark, which goes back to the gold rush days, which is called Negro Bar. And this was a settlement there in which gold miners could come, minorities and of other cultures. This was a vast, diverse area in which they all found protection with the large numbers, but they mined for gold just below John Sutter's Fort, where they found gold along the American River. So there's an outstanding amount of history and cultural relevance right here in my own backyard. And I participate as much in informing people about that, as well as traveling again throughout California to the San Francisco Presidio, Fort Ord, Monterey Peninsula, Los Banos, which was another trail destination for these Buffalo soldiers, and also going up into the Sequoias. And this is something that Buddy and I had spoke about earlier. And that has been a project of mine for over the last 6 or 7 years, was to tie all this stuff together. And fortunately, one year I ran into Sasha Briscoe and Michael Briscoe, and they came up into the Sequoia Parks and they said, well, we heard the Buffalo soldiers are going to be here. And I said, well, you're looking at it. It was very difficult to try to get other groups or people to go up there on a consistent basis, although they have participated in the past. I've been there for tree dedications when we refound Douglas tree. We found that tree, or Booker T. Washington, excuse me, the Booker T. Washington tree. So when we rededicated that, our group here in Northern California traveled up there and participated, and there were some others. And then we did another dedication back in, I think it was 2008, 2009 for Colonel Young, where we dedicated a tree to him. So there's been, participation from groups, but one of the things we were lacking was consistency and making sure that the park, as Buddy will know, has a fire lit upon them so that they do what they should do. And they have been, and I'm grateful to say that they've actually have come around to seeing things a great deal different. And again, as somebody mentioned before, this is our time, right? The tide has shifted with the attitudes, the political environment and structure, but I think also the desire for other people to know what really is going on here. What is the real truth of our history that is so much a part of the American dynamic, right? And again, somebody mentioned, what would it be like without the music that we bring? But what would it also be like without the participation? Even from the standpoint of the wealth that was built upon our backs, right? What the country would have been like had they not had that, right? And again, I like the idea that my history does not start at slavery, that we are just as much encompassed in this whole melting pot of America. And I like to think that, what happened to our folks back in the day is just a pit stop in our journey. I mean, again, if we go back in history, this is a small snippet of our thing. And so I like to think of triumphs and tragedies and how we've overcome that. And the Buffalo Soldier story is perhaps one of the greatest stories to tell about it, because of the mere fact of where they came from, all of the obstacles and the barriers, and the rebuilding of this country after the Civil War. They played a major role in this, and their accomplishments obviously have gone unnoticed for quite some time, and it's just absolutely remarkable. Just a few notes real quick on some of that. We all talked about some of the first three West Point Academy graduates, from Henry O. Flipper to John Alexander, Hanks Alexander, and to Colonel Young being the third one. But we don't realize that there were actually 27 men that were appointed to go to West Point, and only 12 of those men would be actually admitted to West Point. And out of the 12, 6 of them would be demolished or gotten rid of by the first semester. So when we talk about these 3 graduates, it's pretty outstanding. Smith was the very first Black cadet at West Point. He would actually go into his 4th year at that university before they drummed him out and basically dismissed him from West Point. His accomplishments, these men before them, are just absolutely tremendous. And I think that this is the power of our history. This is what I try to transcend into what is reality today, that in spite of the adversities, in spite of the wrongs and miss, tougher than your average. And we're supposed to rise above. We're supposed to do better. We're supposed to continue to move forward. And I think in so many ways we've accomplished that. And sometimes I think we don't pay maybe enough attention to that. And Allensworth being one of those just absolutely remarkable stories of the township that rose from the dream soldier. If you didn't know, he was a chaplain of the 24th Infantry Buffalo Soldiers, and one of the highest rankings at his time, the highest ranking colonel or a colonel at that, highest ranking officer in his day. So, you know, just tremendous accomplishments by these men and what it represents. And buddy, I really want to tie things in with what you were talking about earlier of a tour from Allensworth. The city of Monterey was celebrating 250-year anniversary. And it was kind of scripted that we were going to retrace that trail back from the peninsula of Monterey into Sequoia. And I was going to have a welcome party there for all of the guests and everything. And I hope to revisit that. But I know you've been a part of the parks and you've spoken about your accomplishments, which I am going to love to do. And just as a little bit of that, my cousin and here, Ron Jones, but you know, the opportunity of the venues that I actually get invited to with other folks who share the history. And in 2018, we were able to actually put together with several different speakers and historians. And also through my interaction with
Gus, he's breaking up. We can't hear him.
I'm not sure what happened there. Are you with us still, David Jones? We lost you. I see you, but I think you froze. Just let it. You're on mute now, David Jones. And I'm not sure.
A gentleman in Allensworth by the name of Lewis Neal. He's running an inner city program for, and we in 2019 were able to bring those kids up into Sequoia National Park, and they provided the campsite, the sleeping bags, the tents, you name it. They provided all of that for us, and these kids had the most spectacular time, and it was just absolutely remarkable to people who share the same passion. Again, Ron Jones has been up in that park several times. I see him all the time there when I show up. And again, it's about consistency. The more we do it, the more people are going to understand it and keep it going, because we want to make it sustainable, that this history continues to go as others may depart for one reason or another. So that has been my focus. That has been my goal, to bring Huey alive and teach people, educate them, but try to impact them in such a way that they understand relevance to today. And, you know, even during our struggle we have today, all of the things that go on, and you know, again, from a and we do make sure that they win. I mean, that's it. We wouldn't be here if we did. So. I appreciate Sasco and how she's lucky to be able to come to Allensworth a couple of times a year now to be able to speak and add an addition to the history of Allensworth. And
Looks like we lost David again. David, I really appreciate you taking the time and being here with us. I'm not sure if you're back yet. But yeah, everything you said, David, was awesome. Let's have another chat. I think we should do this again. And are you there? You're David? You're there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you broke up and then you disappeared on us.
Okay. Internet connection probably out here in the country, but again, looking forward to doing some collaboration with lots that I see here today. I love how everybody is stepping up in a degree of where they can help. And I think that's awesome and incredible. So again, kind of what I'm doing. I'm here to assist. I'm here to be there where there's nobody else there, and to be as consistent as I possibly can to ensure that we keep this legacy alive. So again, people can follow me on Facebook. I'm out there, David Jones, Buffalo Soldier. You can find me on Facebook, all the great things that I'm doing, and also representing Black Cowboys as well. So in my other life form, when I'm not out here participating, doing these kinds of things, I'm actually out here cowboying, raising and training horses, and giving people.
Sweet. All right, David. Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit again, but I think I'm getting an understanding of what you're trying to say. Is you like to collaborate with others, and I think that'd be something we should definitely do. I really think Ashley and I we have a lot of ideas of how we could help the youth in the valley and incorporating all the wealth of knowledge that we have around us. But yeah, real quick, just wanted to let everyone know we're running a little bit behind. We still have 4 presentations left, and we appreciate everyone so much for sticking around this long. I hope you can stay a little bit longer, and if you can't, it's all documented, and so you can watch the on Facebook or YouTube this whole presentation. So but yeah, we'll email out the recording, the link, so people can watch that if they have to take off. But I want to welcome to the stage Dr. Gail Crooms.
Hello, everyone. Thank
Introduce
you.
yourself.
I'm Dr. Gail Crooms. I am the first vice president for the Kings Tulare County 1039 branch NAACP. Dr. Crystal Jackson couldn't make it today. Stuff happens. So I'm just going to give a brief history. I've been to Allensworth several times. I didn't know it existed until I moved out here. I'm from Sacramento. And so we didn't have no clue, although I went to a pretty progressive elementary, junior high, and high school in our school district. We weren't taught about Allensworth. But when I did get here and I learned about it, we were on the road going to Allensworth. And I've taken my children several times, and I did get to meet with some of the people that still lived there at one point before they all moved away, and had very interesting conversations. But I was going to just talk about a little bit of the Willie Lynch. If I know some of you old heads, you know about Willie, but some of our young people, they have no idea who he is and what he did and how his theory is actually still active. And it also was part of the influence in the Allensworth or any of the other Black towns that were being established during that time. Willie Lynch was a slave owner. He was brutal. But before slaves were being brutalized, they were actually well taken care of. They were more like maids and butlers, or whatever you want to call them. They're field hands, and they worked. They just worked for people that were white at the time. But along the way, the owners started to complain that slaves had too much to say about things, and they wanting to be compliant. And Willie simply told them, and he wrote a letter, it's called the Willie Lynch letter. And he simply told them, you have to brutalize them. You have to beat them into submission. Take away their ability to read, write, because if they learn how to read and write, they'll actually learn what's really going on. And then they can turn the tables on us. So you got to keep them in the dark. So when we think about that, I had to do a speaking engagement today as well. But one of the things that we have to look at is that's what's going on today. We're purposely being told, or different things are being spinned in a way that tries to keep confusion, try to keep us in the dark, unaware. And when we try to gain information, the theory of Willie Lynch it rises. Its ugly head continues to come up, and he gets to tell the story of what's really happening. If you listen to what's going on in our Senate, our Congress, social media, the media, depending on which outlet you're listening to, that's the culture that you're going to jump into, and you're going to settle down in, and you rest in that. And you don't know if that's the truth or not, because there's so many spins on different stories. Basically, right now, they're telling us that January 6th really didn't happen. It's our imagination. These things were provoked by others, the BLM and other organizations. When we know, sitting back watching, we seen who was there, but they still want to continue the ideals and the theory of Willie Lynch, keep us in confusion. Today I spoke about one person. One of the people that I spoke about was Dr. Martin Luther King. And he said, once you stop learning, you're dead. And it's not a physical death, it's a death of the mind. And with truth comes learning, education, and being open. But when you stop learning, falsehoods come in and they stay. And it becomes the spins, the untruths, the whatever they want you to believe. So as I was speaking, I was talking to a group of people that didn't know who Willie Lynch was. And I keep connecting it back to our education system. Our education system, if we look at what's going on now they're finding out that these schools don't have proper ventilation. They've known that all along. That was not a surprise to them. They know that our school systems, especially in areas, rural areas and areas of the less fortunate, that they don't deserve to have proper heating and air conditioning and filtration of air. It's been an illusion that Black women can bear more pain than the white women, or we're not capable of learning as like white people. And that has been part of the Willie Lynch theory. And it continues to move on into today's practices, policies, and procedures that are being laid out, bills that are coming out. It still is institutionalized. And we as a people, and I'm talking to the young people because Dr. Robert and Mr. Pereiro and some of the older people, I know Ann is on, Ann Williams, they're of the people that have taught us. And now it's our turn to teach you young people, but also you young people can teach us a thing or two, because you have more capabilities than we all had collectively, because you have access to information and not allow Willie Lynch and his theory take place. I had a lot to say, but looking at the time, I'm just trying to keep it really brief. I wanted to talk about, our basic needs. Our basic needs need to be met. And when we don't meet our basic needs, we cannot continue to survive. And Maslow's law or theory, he suggested that for individuals to meet their full potential, they need to satisfy a series of needs. And I think about that when you think about the pyramid and mountains, they all have a base. And our history is the base. If we don't know where we've been, we don't know where we're going. We have to have an understanding. I was talking to a friend of mine about a situation that happened a few years ago at work. And there's some theories in there that there's a lot of hate among certain groups of people. And if you look at where the basis of their hatred comes from, it's really back to Willie Lynch. Everything stems on Willie. This guy has been gone for many, many years, centuries, but yet our way of thinking, our basic way of thinking, reverts back to what he has implied back during slavery. And I'm in agreement with Mr. David, I'm not sure what his last name was, Mr. David Jones, when he said our history started a long time ago. It really did. When you think about the ships, the Africans were coming over here years and years prior to the Spanish or the Europeans. They were coming and landing over in New Orleans and shopping and doing whatever it is that they did when they would stop at those ports there and go down through the Gulf and go down to Belize and places like that. And you can find artifacts. These are things that our children need to know because Columbus was not the first. And he wasn't the last neither. And and when we talk about meeting those basic needs, those are the things that we need to do is make sure the drums, the theories and the education of the drumming, so important, so important. You know, I've met Mr. Jones years and years ago, and before I would come to the events in Hanford, he would be. You can hear him before you even pull in. You can hear the drums echoing throughout the city of Hanford, as he was playing those drums. He was calling us. He was calling us to gather, and and he would teach us. So he think I never listened to him, but I heard him, and he was teaching us. When I'm playing these drums, I'm calling you, and he said that many times. Ann Williams, she was there a few times. She knows. So when we meet those basic needs, then we can move up educationally. We can move up the pyramid where we continue to reach the pinnacle, but the pinnacle keeps moving up. We should always strive to be better. Always strive to be more educated. Always continue to learn. Continue to listen when the stories are being told. I remember stories that were being told when I was a child. That I know who my grandfather was and a slave. I know that his father was in the army. He was a private in the 1812 war. I know that. I know that to be factual. I have the artifacts. I have things that tells us the story. My children know. And it's important that, you know, I'm seeing look like some young people on with Natalie Ortiz and Octavio Barajas. That you guys are young. Learn it all. There is so much to learn about who we are as a people. They took so much from us. I don't know if some of you even know that when we French braid our hair, we use that as a map for escape. They had no clue that we French braid our hair in those designs because those were roadmaps on how to get away from the slave masters, what roads to take and which way to go. We also put food in our hair. The women would put rice and grains and gold in our hair. So in Africa, when we got captured, if we got captured, we have a part of our country with us. So foods like sweet potatoes, those seeds were in their hair. Rice, those seeds and grains were in their hair. Corn, that came with them, and it was in their hair. So we need to know that. It's important that we know that because in order to move ahead and try to bring resolve and try to gain equality in this country, we have to know. So I thank everyone. That's all I have to contribute. I appreciate everyone's attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Any
Dr.
questions?
Gill. All right, let's move right along. Unless Buddy looked like you had your hand raised for a second.
Just a quick thing. One is you don't know what it does for the soul to hear somebody say, "I heard you." So thank you. I have been playing drums for a long time, and everybody needs a little feedback. So thank you very much, Gail. The other is, I just want to throw this question out. Does anybody know why the Buffalo Soldiers were so efficient at building roads in the national parks? I guess, well, one of the things is Africans work with the synergy of the group, and we work in rhythms, we work in times, and fatigue sets in when you're going against the rhythms. But when you're with the rhythms, you're much more efficient. So the Buffalo Soldiers were able to build 3 times as much road um, than other non-black groups because they didn't use the synergy of the group. And it's something our kids should know, is that we're more efficient at our movements and more in rhythm with our brothers and sisters.
Thank you for that, Buddy. All right, we have the one and only D. Allen.
D. Allen.
D. Allen coming up next.
From Oakland, California.
D, the man.
Representing the Bay Area, D. Allen, thank you for being here. I just made you co-host, so you can share the screen, I believe.
Thank you, Jess. Until a week ago, I never knew that the town of Allensworth even existed in California.
Oh boy.
At the same time, I never knew there was a Friends of Allensworth. So this shows how much this California resident is in the dark. Anyways, I'm totally enlightened by today's program so far. Thank you to all the participants that came forth, at least 3 of them with the last name of Jones, and I'm wondering if they're in the same family or not. Anyways.
Yeah, we are.
Anyways, I'm here to do a spoken word set for y'all if you have the stomach or the patience for it. In acknowledgement of American Black History Month and Black Lives Matter. And I'm dedicating my set today to Black Hollywood's own Madam Queen, the late, great Cicely Tyson, who just passed away over a month ago.
Yes.
So I'm showing respect to the former star of Roots, of Sounder, the Rosa Parks story, Watching Roots, and How to Plan a Murder with Viola Davis. She played a mom. Anyways, I'm doing 5 poems today in memory of Miss Tyson. The first one comes out of this anthology book, Feather Floating on the Water, Poems for Our Children. And I'm going to start out, the first 2 poems are going to be more on a personal autobiographical tip for me. From pages 146 and 147 in the book, this is called Lily. The most important woman of my life, second only to my mom, with skin the tone of freshly dug earth, 5'4", deep brown molasses eyes almost gone blue from aging. Her arms held me and her other children from little families within one. Her working hands, always working on something, stitched her children's clothes, prepared holiday dinners worth looking forward to. Sweet potato pie was her signature dish, and Granny Jones too. Her turkey, her collard greens, and Bisquick biscuits made dresses and hats that began from Women's Day, Simplicity, McCall's Patterns. One of her daughters, my mama, would sell off later. Sang soprano in Brooklyn Black Protestant Church in her wartime prime, blowing an angel's song in 1945. Cared for 5 children and who knows how many grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Straight from infancy, her nurturing hands held my aunt and uncle raised me and pieced together jewelry from her sick bed, a jewelry of red, black, green, and yellow, the only physical reminder I have of her. A woman named Lily. And that poem was called Lily, in memory of my grandmother, Lily Ann Allen, African Chalagi Indian relative of mine, 1919 to 2000. I love you always. Rest in peace. And the second poem also stars my mixed African Chalagi Indian grandmother. This one also stars Grandma Lily. And this comes from my 4th book, Skeletal Black, Poems from Beneath the Poverty Line. From pages 19 and 20 in the book, based on actual events. This is called Mr. Hard Time. One afternoon around my high school days, Grandma Lily took time away from sewing clothes and talk show on daytime TV to tell my little brother and me an important tale about a guest who often came uninvited. Hard to predict his moves. Being a teenage girl and young mother in the Great Depression of the 1930s, she already knew the guest personally, as did her sister Vivian, her daddy Lonnie, and Lucy, her mama. In those days, there wasn't one person standing in a bread line or begging the next brother for a thin dime who hadn't met Mr. Hard Time. If you have no bread in the bread box, no fresh or frozen food in the refrigerator, no boxed or canned food in the cupboard, no coins filling up the mason jar, no dollars filling up your wallet, no way to pay the rent or clean your clothes, best believe that's when Mr. Hard Time comes for a house call, knocking on your door, counting on your despair, answering him. Let Mr. Hard Time in, and those hard times last longer. That poem was called Mr. Hard Time, which is about my own grandmother telling the story to my teenage self and my little brother. We were both in high school at the time, and she felt the need to stop her usual routine of putting dresses or other clothes together on a Singer sewing machine, and just told us the story she made up. And that story was to teach us and prepare us all for poverty, because she didn't want that for us. She wanted us to be prepared to face hard times like that. When Mr. Hard Time knocks on the door, don't answer. Exactly. Thank you. And she told us that story to prepare us for to face poverty. And she was also the owner of a Sears credit card. If anybody on here on this program is old enough to remember the Sears credit card, using that will put you in debt at the drop of a hat. And I think that was the other reason she told the story.
My friend,
yeah,
I had a Sears card for 55 years. I just paid it off last week.
Congratulations. I don't think there's any Sears department stores in business no more. But I'm glad you finally got that behind you.
I didn't say it was easy.
I'm sure Mr. Hard Time paid you
Hard
plenty
time
of
talking. A lot of
plenty.
times.
Damn. Most black folks in this country can relate to this uninvited guest.
Yep.
And this next poem isn't published in any book yet. And it relates to the sordid history of a northern state on the other coast. This is called Slave State. The South's slave state.
Okay.
Slave state. The South's original sin hadn't missed the North. Dutch and English settlers in colonial times bought and worked by the head, imported living commodities, subjects of kidnapping from Africa, South Carolina, forced to build the material wealth. At the ironworks, the apple farms, orchards, for a more condescending kind, social codes, all with brutality, black and native together in abject captivity. The nasty little secret, the Garden State, New Jersey, continues to omit. It will take more than an apology from a politician's mouth for us to develop any trust in systems, northern or southern. Give it up for Mr. Richard Jones for backing me up on the djembe. That was called Slave State, which is about the sordid history of New Jersey, believe it or not. It was at one time in this country's long history a slave state too. Talk about the South all day long, but New Jersey was guilty of the same crime of keeping our people in chains, tethered to the plantation. And for this next poem, I'm going to use the share screen feature to assist me. This is a graduation picture from a high school out in Missouri, in St. Louis County. And I think most people here, especially folks involved in the Black Lives Matter movement, know who this was. And this next poem is about him and how he met his end and the great insurrection that came from it. From pages, and this came from my third book, Stormwater Poems, 2012 to 2016. From pages 29 to 32, this is called Understatement. Though there's been great technological advances and changes in policy, we are living in days when the lives of certain folks are considered less. Exactly how much is a human life worth these days? $2? A small bag of chewy colored candy? A slim box of cigarillos? Kenneth Harding was shot by police in Hunters Point, San Francisco, California, for $2 bus fare he didn't have. Trayvon Martin was shot by one creepy cracker whilst being pursued in Twin Lakes, Florida, packing Skittles and his cell phone. Then the cycle of violence turned to another young brother over Swisher Sweets. A liquor store clerk claimed he's stolen. Hands up, the policeman shouted. Don't shoot, the boy shouted, responded with gunfire. A body laying still 4 hours, slowly bleeding out. Rather big boy, age 18, loved him some hip hop, just graduated from high school, bound for college. They called him Mike, but his name may as well had been Emmett Till, the way that cop Wilson came at him. Instead of a cap and gown, Mike received a few caps in his thick frame. Ferguson, Missouri. Calling it a town without pity would be putting it mildly. Another youth killed by police. Repressive peace may shatter. Many whom mourn may have realized Black lives do matter. The slaughter's but another chapter in a long history of spite. A system sees certain people as less, no alternative left but to fight. Ferguson, Missouri. Calling it a town without compassion would be calling it correct. Here they come, the cause of one boy's death, out in force, geared and prepared, restoring the peace, epitomized daily in words such as, don't rock the boat, step back in line or get smacked in the line, shut up and obey, go sit somewhere and do nothing. Basically speaking, the peace of submission. No fly zone, nighttime curfew, APVs roll down the streets. Armed troops march through St. Louis County under martial law. Ferguson, Missouri. Calling it a town without restraint would be closer to the truth. Superior firepower, tear gas, mass confinement, smear campaigns, all the system's favorite tools. Outmanned, outgunned, but the youth with their black hands in the air stand to outlast attempts at removal from the human register, lasting silence, capitalism's final solution. A double hand gesture that meant surrender in the recent past has a new meaning now. Resistance to state murder. Ferguson, Missouri. Calling it a town that hates would be the ultimate understatement. Lest we forget, that understatement worked in reverse also. Ferguson, Missouri. Call it a town that fought back, lifetimes of disrespect, centuries of racism to a fucking crawl. Richard Jones, ladies and gentlemen.
No. What's in front of that?
That poem was called Understatement in memory of the high school graduate in this picture here, Michael Wilson, better known to his folks as Mike, 1995 to 2014. Rest in peace to the young brother. And the last poem happens to come from my fourth book, Skeletal Black, Poems from Beneath the Poverty Line. And I'm going to try to end this on a positive note. And this is more about living Black history right here. Anyone, whether you watch sports or not, know who this gentleman is. And he too is a resident of the Bay Area. From pages 33 to 35 in Skeletal Black, this is called Symbolic. And I'm going to share two pictures here. Colin Kaepernick, number 7, did what he thought was the right thing before that 49ers game popped off. Eric Reed, number 35, Jeremy Lane, Seahawks cornerback, Megan Rapinoe on a Chicago soccer field, followed suit, kneeling. I can't say I blame them. I would have stayed put on a bench too. I would have stayed put on the bench too and refused to stand and salute. All 50 stars, white in a blue square. All 13 stripes, white and red. Current states, original colonies ain't the only things they represent. Long ago, I realized this Colin already has that the cloth honorable to millions is symbolic of a nation whose civilian protectors insisting on hunting down my race for vicious sport, rewarded with paid leave instead of discipline, continues to deny us of breathing the cleanest air, drinking the cleanest water, attending the best schools, attaining the best work, choosing the best homes, living in the best neighborhoods, forces us to sleep in the street, begging for coins and for dignity. Pride withdrawn, respect withheld, for a racist flag worthy of neither, for a nation that never represented slaves or tribes or the descendants or me. Worship denied, allegiance defied, genocide, discrimination have no honor and deserves none. Give it up one more time for Richard Jones. And that last poem was called Symbolic from my fourth book, Skeletal Black, and Stormwater are both available from Poe Press. From this computer mic to yo ears, I'm D. Allen. Thanks for listening. Every month
Thank you,
is
Mr. D.
every month is a time to honor Black history.
Right.
Buddy, were you saying something?
No, I just said the man's right.
Thank you, D. Allen. Put your information in the chat for people if you want them to be able to get a hold of you and purchase your book. Feel free to do that, D. Allen. And thank you.
I intend to. Thank you. I'm going to put the links for all the books I just read from.
Awesome. All right. And yeah, thank you, buddy, for
I also welcome any feedback that you could give in the chat or direct message.
Yeah, I mean, does anybody have anything to chime in at all? You can speak up right now if you feel like it. I know we are a little bit behind schedule, but if anyone, feel free to put it in the chat, or if anyone wants to reflect on D. Allen's work and Buddy's, because I think that was pretty cool. Thank you for chiming in there, Buddy, talking with the drum.
Yeah, I'll say something. Hey, D. Allen, this is Kimberly Tapscott Munson. I am trustee here in Fresno County Board of Education, first woman of color elected to the board, and I am from Oakland. I am a graduate from Skyline High School. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So welcome, welcome. Get the word out about Allensworth to all your peeps in Oakland, and let's get this buildings and all of our structures rebuilt. So we're going to rely on you to get the word out in Oakland.
I'll try to.
Yeah,
and, and
2 years ago, Amtrak actually stopped in Oakland and Fresno, and we took the train down there. Yes, I was amazed. They had a person from Amtrak, African American woman, who made the arrangements, and they stopped at Allensworth and they picked us up. So there was a large group from one of the churches in Oakland that came down, and we boarded the train in Fresno and went down.
So Doc, you can say when you went to Allensworth, you were walking on my shoulders, because when you got off that bus, that was my.
There you go.
Wow.
I was thinking about that when you were first talking about constructing the. Yep.
That was my work.
Yeah.
And Mrs. Monson, you are living Black history, just as Colin Kaepernick is living Black history. And Mr. Piero, who spoke earlier, is living Black history for being the first Black train engineer in California.
Thank you, my love. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me make that a correction. That's on the Santa Fe. I don't know what happened on the other railroads, but on the Santa Fe, the one that runs by Allensworth, I was the first one there.
I stand corrected.
Awesome. All right. Well, let's keep it moving. Thank you
I,
again, Alan.
I was going to say, I used to live in Oakland. We moved from New Orleans when I graduated from high school because my parents had siblings on both sides of the bay in San Francisco and in Oakland. And I
Oh,
mentioned earlier that I became the drummer at Ephesian Church of God in Christ up there in Berkeley. But I was assistant manager. Some of you from Oakland might know on East 14th and 90th, there was a giant food king there. And
really?
back in
This is before
60s,
my time.
back in 66, I was assistant manager. They promoted me to manager, and that's how I ended up in Fresno. And they bought 5 stores here, and I became the first African-American manager of a supermarket chain here in Fresno. And then I went into uh, teaching after that. Well, I finished my degrees and then went and became a university professor.
Awesome. Buddy, did you?
You know, because we all are experiencing this COVID situation, we've all become more isolated than we were in the first place. And I have to say, like, nights like tonight are so inspiring to know that there's people with good hearts still doing good things out there. This has just been a blessing for me, and I just want to thank everybody for at least feeding my soul a little grits. Thank you.
KO, did you have something?
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay. So this is wonderful. I'm glad you're doing this. Thank you. I was busy all day and I was listening to it on my way home on my cell phone driving. But I just wanted to mention to the few remaining people still here, PBS has some really, really, really good shows going on right now. One's about the Black Church. Just incredible
Watched
shows.
it twice, Kale.
Huh?
I've watched it twice.
Did you? Yeah, I watched it like 3 or 4 times. And there's a bunch of really, really good shows about African American history and just issues. Really, really, really good. Go on PBS now. Check out all the different shows. Very inspiring, very inspiring. Really good jobs.
Gave up on American broadcast television almost 2 decades ago.
It happens. Wait, so you have no television, D. Allen?
I own a television, but it has a DVD VCR combo attached to it. So I only use it to watch movies.
You can see them online too if you have a computer or even a phone.
It was reality shows that made me of the early 2000s that made me give up on American broadcast TV. Fact.
It's understandable. That's very understandable. KO, did you did you want to chime in anymore, KO, or should we move on? Okay. Let me welcome to the stage from College of Sequoias, Octavio Barajas. Thank you for waiting so long, Octavio.
Hello, hello, mic check, 1, 2. Hello, mic check.
Hello.
All right, let me see. Good evening, everyone. I'm here checking in on Yokuts land, Central California, specifically Bakersfield to be exact. And it's an honor to be here. I mean, so many beautiful stories and magnificent stories that have been told, and history makers, right? Today, a lot of the youth like to say the content makers, right? With the social media, the TikToks and this and that right there with the social media. But here, it's just so hard right here to follow your words, D. Allen, so inspiring, your poetry, just the fragrance of the flowers of that you put forth with your words are inspiring. Thank you so much. Sasha Briscoe, Mr. James Banks, Mr. Buddy Jones, which a student of mine has told me about you and the work that you do in the forest. David Piero, Dr. Gail Crooms, and the Willie Lynch Letter. I have my book right here, right next to me. As you were talking about that, I had to go get that. And so all the stuff that's been shared. So just really want to just introduce myself as Octavio Barajas, raised here in East Bakersfield, adjacent to the Holloway Gonzalez Library. Named after African American and Mexican American, one of the few iconic public facilities to have it at. And I'm a professor of ethnic studies at the College of the Sequoias. I teach a variety of classes. I teach Mexican American studies, American Indian studies, social justice studies, and also Black American studies. And I've come forth with a really strong, important kind of theme in there in terms of the interracial solidarity that really has got forth to bring in such a thing as ethnic studies into the curriculum. So I think is really important, and to have that opportunity to center the voices of African Americans, of American Indians, of Mexican Americans, and peoples of color at the center that have been historically marginalized. And so often it comes a time where so many of the youth, when they come into these classes, and I get a variety of students of different kinds of backgrounds and ages, but many are unaware, as I was. I think it was until recently, 5 or 7 years ago, that I became more aware of Allensworth and the significance of Allensworth, such a gem in California history. But many of the students arrive in the classroom now online, because everything is online, but arrive not knowing about Allensworth and being in such close proximity. So I also really want to thank Dr. Michael for the work that you did in producing the booklet that you shared earlier. We have a copy of it at the COS library, and I'm actually, yes, indeed, that's the one. Yes, sir. That's the one that I use to share with students in the classroom as well. And I made a Xerox of a lot of the beautiful pictures you got in there. And that's a reference material that I use. And so I really want to thank, the work and efforts that you put forth, so it's part of the center of COS curriculum to make sure that this story, this very important story, is continued to be learned. And I just hope in the future that we have the opportunity to make a physical visit as a field trip from the COS classroom, to go straight there, and looking forward to doing these sort of things and center these stories. I like the Winsinger case as well, such an extraordinary story as well in the fight for desegregating of public education in Visalia, such an important story as well to be told, that many are unaware that this is an outstanding story of a resilient story of African-American family in the late 1800s that fought for the desegregation of public education in Visalia school district. And so these are many of the stories here that really, I think we're at the center and core, and are very timely, where ethnic studies, as I mentioned before, the story of the importance of interracial solidarity is what really got ethnic studies in the curriculum. It wasn't because there was benevolent administrators, who thought this was a good idea. It was the students, and particularly students of a Black student union, who were really at the forefront of organizing that spring. And that same spring that saw the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., when we had Black student union organizing and being at the forefront of what became the Third World Liberation Front. And that really is what was the organizing mechanisms of bringing in different students of color, Mexican American, Filipino, Chinese American, American Indians, and BSU at the spearhead of that movement to get ethnic studies in universities of higher education. San Francisco State So it's that story there, putting forth that story of what it took. And I introduced that story and the importance, because that's what it's going to take to continue the movement forward and the different things that are taking place now. As a Chicano, supporting Black Lives Matter movement as well. Also being in support of ethnic studies and encouraging the community to speak up, to say that it's important that we learn the stories of Allensworth in public school. It's important that we learn the stories of the Yokuts, American Indians, in public schools. And this is what students are talking about right now. So students are vocalizing their interests, and I think it's so important that kind of support continues to bring in more people to say this is actually what we need, because we see the differences that it makes when people have knowledge of self and have a pride and ancestry, to know that legacy. These are the things that the American Negro Academy in 1897, fought to move forward, with Reverend Alexander Crummell being the first president, say that it was the duty to make sure that the legacy that goes back to the Kemetic knowledge of Egypt, and moving forward with that, to making sure that African Americans would know that history, and the public at large, in order to be, really moving in, altering, raising consciousness about the wonderful and brilliant legacy of Africans in the so-called Americas, part of that African diaspora. So yes, definitely, this is an honor to be here. It's an honor to be here, and I really want to thank for the invitation to be part of this program. It's been inspiring, especially this times of COVID, with everything being, mediated by technology and social distancing, to be able to be here and just to listen to the wonderful stories, the rhythms and expressions of poetry, and so many things that have been done, so that this establishment of Allensworth that took forth with Colonel Allensworth, that foresight, that vision of over a century ago, it's still moving forward in so many different ways. And so, and if there's some way that the Ethnic Studies Department at COS could help, contribute, and also contribute to this legacy, to contribute to the fundraising. And as I mentioned before, I anticipate when things are able to, we're able to interact in public a little bit more, when it's safe to do so, I should say, to do field trips and seeing if there's some sort of programming that we can support from COS with the Friends of Allensworth, and other things that we may do. So I just want to keep it brief. I know this program, is a little bit running a little bit behind and stuff. So just want to be brief, and just thank you all for listening. And I wish everyone a wonderful evening. And again, blessings, and thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, Octavio. Real quick, do you want to mention the March 11th event that you're organizing?
Most definitely. Thank you so much for bringing that up. So there's an event taking place on Thursday, March 11th at 7 p.m. And Justin's been collaborating as well. It's going to be a talk about ethnic studies as a case for equity. And what we're doing right now, some of you may be aware, but some in Visalia Unified School District has one course in ethnic studies. There's 2 different classes that are being taught right now. And there's a lot of conversation that's been just circulating about a particular book, but it's also kind of a question about the teaching of ethnic studies in public education. And because of that, there's been a lot of conversation about whether, these sort of courses should be taught, the importance of these sort of courses, where studies have shown that students are attending school more, getting higher GPAs if they take ethnic studies, and this is across all ethnic lines. Studies have showed that these are the results. These are the benefits. There are higher rates of graduation, higher rates of actually going off to college. And so all these beautiful benefits. Yes. and so all of these wonderful benefits, and it's still one of these things, should it be taught? how should it be taught? All these regulations are saying, oh, you can't do that. You got to do it this way. And so we're going to bring in this forum on the 11th and bring in some students from COS, some students from high school, and some teachers, and we're going to have a conversations about ethnic studies. So that's going to be again on Thursday, March 11th at 7 p.m. And Justin, if we don't have that flyer just yet, but if maybe you could help us circulate that to the attendees and participants and panelists of today's program, that'd be wonderful.
Yeah, and do you want to tell them that how they could see it on Facebook? Because it'll be on Facebook Live if they can.
That is true. So Facebook Live, the group that's organizing it, it's part of a group. It's called Seen and Unseen, the Ricardo Favela Expressions of Chicano Art. And so that's the Facebook, the Facebook group. I could drop it in the chat in a second. This is a group that's doing all sorts of programming. Right now, we're honoring the legacy of Ricardo Favela, who's a professor of art, Sacramento State, who passed away from Dinuba. His resting place is in Dinuba, and was a co-founding member of an art collective, the Royal Chicano Air Force. So there's a gallery happening. It will open on the 3rd in Arts Visalia. And so there's a lot going on. A lot of his art is being shown, and this is one of these. So it's going to be an exhibit, and there's been a series of talks have taken place. And we started off that talk. Discussing. There's been about 4 talks already part of the speaker series. The first one that we talked about Black and Brown unity and the legacy of Africans with the independence of Mexico independence. We did that on September 16th, and we talked about a lot of the Mexican iconic heroes of the Mexican Revolution are African. And so that's something that's been written out. And that's how we started that conversation with that speaker series. And so that's part of that speaker series, and we're bringing it in on March 11th to discuss ethnic studies, and so with teachers and students. And so let me see, I can look for that Facebook link and drop it in the chat. You could follow there and get further information and look at that as well. And but this is something I also speak about when I speak about in class about the legacy of the African diaspora in California, is that I also go back and looking at census records is something that I show with students to show that 1/5 of the population before California became part of the United States was African, Afro-Mexicanos. And so, and this is their census records. I could read you Maria Regina Dorotea, 47 years old, appears on a census record in 1781. Maria Manuela Calista, she is 43 years old and appears on a census record in 1781. This information is there. So this is part of that legacy, the African diaspora of Africanos in California before became part of the United States. So that's really also key parts of the stories of the African diaspora of looking. So those are just some tidbits there to share. Luis Quintero, 55 years old, again, part of the census record of 1781, the last governor of California when it was part of Mexico, Pio Pico, Afro-Mexicano. So this is part of that legacy. There's so much, just really exciting to be able to share. There's just a tip of the iceberg, not enough time, and there's so much history. So definitely, thanks again for the invitation and for listening.
I just want to jump in. So Professor Barajas, my daughter and I want to take one of your classes.
I was about to say the same thing.
Please do. I would love to have you.
I was about to say the same thing. And listen, brother, are you familiar with the bill that's before the state, California, and that has been watered down from the original drafted bill? And the fact that committee has stepped down because they've made so many changes to what the original intent was.
Is that for the
Oh,
ethnic studies?
Yes, requirement, right.
yes. There's so much
It's a
happening
battle
right
we've been
now.
fighting for over 50 years now.
Yes, indeed. And that's the thing. It's
Yeah,
like,
so
how,
let
what
me,
more?
yeah, let me give you
Well,
just
you
a little.
know, I think we should, from one point of view, look at the obvious, which is um, this beautiful woman who's right here called Ko Ogawa is probably should be in the center of this conversation wherever it's at. She's not only a professional percussionist, she's gone to Africa and studied under some of the world's greatest djembe players. And she's married to one of the world's greatest djembe players. And she lives here,
And
right
he
here.
lives here.
Huh?
And he
He
lives here.
lives here.
And he lives here also. Now, to top it off, the first 3 miles of the Sequoia Park, that's the work of Buddy's contracting service. We did the rock setting. Ko was on those crews. She set more rocks in the national park than any other woman I've known. And she's right here on our channel. So somebody should take advantage of this. And she's pretty.
Oh, buddy.
So I was just going to add in just real quick, Superintendent Jim Uvino, Fresno County Superintendent, even though Governor Newsom did turn down adding ethnic studies into our curriculum here in California, Superintendent Uvino has added ethnic studies into our curriculum. It will be in curriculum starting next semester. So we will have it in Fresno County. But yes, Professor, I'm gonna be in your next class.
That's awesome. Thank you, Honorable Kimberly Tapscott Munson, for that. That's the thing that's happening. That's happening at the local level. There's districts, there's counties that are not waiting for the state to make the right decision. And so it's awesome to see Fresno making the right moves. Salinas County has done the same thing. There's other counties in the Central Valley that are making these moves. These conversations are happening. So it's so important. It's so important to be part of that effort, to be part of that support, to say, hey, you know what? Allensworth is got to be part of that program as well, got to be part of the curriculum as well. So that's going to be essential, because this is how these stories are going to be continued to be remembered. Ethnic studies is happening right now. This is Black History Month, and this is happening. This is just the synergy. This is wonderful. And so, and that's the state of the affairs with ethnic studies, where the bill that was signed for model curriculum has been watered down tremendously. And there's been a lot of interest, lot of interest that have been moving on the watering down of the curriculum. So a lot of the educators that were a part of that effort originally have also signed their names off of that curriculum, because they feel it has gone in the wrong direction, that it's no longer ethnic studies, that's centering the voices and experiences of African Americans, Native Americans, and peoples of color. But now it's becoming something else. It's a watered down version of multicultural something or another. So that's what's happening with that model curriculum. But still, it's still got to be vocalized on a local level. And it's important the parents are there, right there with the students, and our educators, our leaders who are on this call. So definitely, it's that's all a part of this. And so in Visalia, they're discussing this right now. You know, there's some conversations happening. In Kern County, there's some conversations happening as well. There is, and this, I think also there's this idea of conservatism that lives here in the Central Valley, that's also often kind of approached with caution of how should we address this. But it's the story of ethnic studies that it's been people power. You know, it's been people power that has mobilized.
Full steam ahead.
Yes, indeed. So definitely. And so that's what we, I think is critical. And also I brought out my Zulu my clapper from the Social Aid and Pleasure Club here. So Dr. McHale, there you go. I don't know if you can, I brought that out when you were talking about New Orleans. I'm a PhD student at Tulane University.
Hey, how about that? All right.
I have a question for Mr. Barajas.
Yes.
It's specific. So I don't know if you know the answer to this, but I heard somewhere that Black children were not allowed in Visalia schools at all for a really long time. Is that true? And do you know when they were finally allowed into Visalia school system?
Well, technically, it was supposed to happen after the Winsinger case, but we know that there's a difference between law and practice, right? So
What year are we talking here? What
we're
was
talking about the
You
late
know the
18th.
Winston case, Kale?
Pardon me?
The first civil rights legislation to pass of schools, of it being unconstitutional for schools to be segregated happened in Visalia.
What, in the country or in the state?
In
First,
in the city of Visalia.
right.
There may not have been a Brown versus the Board of Education because they said there was a law already in place, the Weisinger law out of Visalia, California. This is in the mid 30s that Visalia got that law passed. They didn't do anything with it, but there was a period of time that once you get out of elementary school, you couldn't go to the white schools. That was in place here in Visalia.
So does anybody know when that Black students were finally allowed in the schools then, or like in reality?
In reality, that's a different story. Legally, it should have happened with the case of 1888. That's the case we're referencing with the Weinsinger case,
Right.
and that goes to 1888. And so that was state law. That before, Brown versus the Board of Education, that's federal. But this case of 1888, this specifically was supposed to integrate schools in public education, with the exception of American Indians and Asian Americans. All right, so there was so that was supposed to be integration 1888. Again, what happened in reality is a different story.
You know what happened in reality? When things happen in reality?
Well, I think that story needs to be researched just a little bit more. And I think there's enough elders still alive that can tell from the oral tradition. I think there's a lot of work to be done to further research, how these practices took place. Because I still hear stories of Mexican kids getting hit for speaking Spanish in the 1974. These are stories I'm still hearing today in Tulare County. So these kinds of practices. So the reality of integration, that's a different question, but it was supposed to happen after 1888. And but there's a need to do a little bit more research, at least on my end.
Thank you.
Was someone?
So I'm sorry.
There's an article that you might go to read in blackpass.org.
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
Blackpass, PAST.org.
Okay.
And look up the Windsor case. Winsinger case.
Winsinger.
Is Mr. Piero gonna chime in?
Wysinger.
Was anyone else trying to chime in on that? I thought Mr. David Piero was gonna say something. I'm not sure.
I know I wanted to say something.
Okay, yeah.
I know that even up to 2019, the African American students in the high schools in Visalia and Redwood is one of the prime candidates that have made going to school pretty much impossible for African American students. I've had to personally deal with issues at that school several times over the years. And actually, Mr. Hurt, who is a lawyer there in
Doug Hurt,
yes, sir, in Visalia, his two stepsons, who are African American, he had to represent them, almost 10, 15 years ago. And they were supposed to stop past practices of using the N word. And we're talking teachers. Using the N word, teachers. And even when students were saying it, they were saying it in front of students, I mean, in front of the teachers, and nothing would happen because that was commonplace. Um, if you was a star athlete, you got some privileges, but what they consider privileges, they wouldn't call you the N word necessarily. However, you still wasn't allowed to do certain things, and you were treated very, very indifferently at that school, particularly. And till at least up to 2019, since the last time I had to go up there, um, this has been an ongoing thing. And when I talked to Mr. Hurt back in 2018, he thought that once he had came in and his sons were being beaten up, and they were start athletes actually. His sons were being beaten up on a regular basis and bullied, and teachers were very aware of what was going on. And they he put policy in place, but policy was never followed. It's a lot of, just like Mr. Barajas was saying, it's one thing to put policy in place, and another thing to actually do the practical application. And Visalia as a whole has a history of mistreatment of people of color, period.
Yeah, I heard
I
that
think
one of
those
the
two
reasons
kids
that
that you're referring to, I don't think they were Hertz kids. They were Kelly's kids. The guy he taught, one of the football coaches at COS. It was his kids that were going to Redwood, and I was part of that committee that um, helped get some things changed.
Okay.
I work with the ACLU with it with Doug Hurst. Um, but I think it was their kids. But it hasn't changed. It's more. It's like the environment. It's more intensified now. It's more liberal, but it's just as intensified on the other side.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember reading some stuff in the Visalia Times Delta just about the long history of Visalia's issues. You know, uh, and they did mention that students were being treated unfairly, and I don't know if the lawsuit is still going on or the multiple lawsuits, but yeah, it is. Visalia has a very long history of some troubling past, and it's I think we're still trying to deal with that still.
Well, I'd like to throw a little light on it though. Um, about 8 years ago, I threw a soul food cook-off in downtown Visalia, and got my permits and got my sponsors, everything.
and we had drumming.
And we had drumming, which was the center of it. And all kinds. What happened is the city actually wanted me to cancel it because there didn't seem to be that much interest. And for those of us who live in Visalia, if there's more than 10 black people at any function other than church, that's critical mass. So we threw this cook off, and I say the soul of Visalia came out because we had 3,500 people show up all through the day. There was music and dancing and singing and playing, what do you call it, bones, and I mean we just had a ball. So I know that there are things that the leadership doesn't show, but that that party showed me that the soul of Visalia is good because we had some of everybody, 8 to 80, blind, crippled, and bow-legged. They were all there, you know, um, and had a great time. There was a line from Garden, um, Plaza Garden, all the way to Crawdaddy's from 10 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night. People just coming getting food, people coming and leaving. So I know that the soul of Visalia is ready for some change.
Let's plan to do another one.
You got it.
All right.
You got it.
Octavio, are you familiar with Mr. Kenny Jackson over at the the Visalia School, the COS in Visalia?
No, I haven't met Mr. Kenny Jackson yet.
He is an instructor there, but he's also he ran a pilot program and now is a permanent program of 100 Black men. And he's using the base out of Los Angeles. And he has several students of multiple colors, races, whatever, that actually attend his program. And one of them, when I first met him, his name is Jesus. And Jesus now is a graduate of Fisk University. He's been accepted and he's doing his master's over at Harvard, and he's going on to get his doctorate degree in law. So, I mean, the program is awesome. It has an awesome amount of young people and brilliant minds. And I think you should be part of that because you bring something to the table.
Thank you. Thank you for those kind words. I want to follow up here with Kenny Jackson. I wrote it down. Will do. Thank you. Appreciate that. And also, I guess also just to contribute to what's been said is I think El Diamante is another kind of recent event too to keep in mind with the posters, right? The BLM posters that's been happening at El Diamante. That's recent. And I think that's also, I mean, depends on how we want to look at what took place there. But again, as I stated earlier, in terms of in Central California, there's a sense of that, you know, it's very conservative, you know, and it's very distinct from the rest of California. And I think years back, I think for those of us who are from the Central Valley wouldn't fathom something like this happening in the Central Valley. So the fact that you have the youth coming together, public coming together to vocalize, you know, like was done at El Diamante, I think is very significant. Very significant. You know, things happened the way they did. If you weren't aware, you know, in terms of, you know, the public coming out, being conflict, you know, some public, but there's a greater sum that has vocalized support. And I think that's really critical. I think that kind of also comes at what you were commenting on, Buddy, in terms of like that being like a core of Visalia. It still, you know, has that moral backbone to stand up and for what's right. So I think that's something right there that also is indicative of kind of where you know, the good that's coming forth right now.
I have to back out, but I would leave you with my last contract. I have a contract with a young lady who's 16 years old out of Woodlake. She wants to apprentice with me this summer. And I told her, I can't teach you academics, I can just teach you life. And for everything I teach you about life, you have to show me something about the digital world. So it's an exchange program. With that, I'll sign out for the night. And this has been wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, buddy.
Okay.
Nice to have virtually met you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, my friend. That beat was for you. Take care.
All right. Well, yeah, we've had some amazing speakers, and we have one more planned if they're still here. Idiomo Nadon.
Hey everyone, Eddie Amonadon, another member of BLM Hanford here. I just wanted to talk to everyone quickly about COVID vaccinations. Not forcing vaccinations on anyone, but if you are planning to get vaccinated, please do so. I am with the Communicable Disease Program at Madera County Public Health Department, and what we're finding is that some of the folks that are within the vaccination criteria now are waiting for criteria to open up and get vaccinated with other family members at the same time. So for example, you'll have somebody that's 65 or over or meets other criteria, and they're saying, I won't get the vaccine until maybe my adult child can get it at the same time, so we'll go together. But what's happening is it's slowing down the process where the public health department are seeing that they've only vaccinated a certain percentage of folks. So they're waiting for people to come in to open the criteria up to get other people vaccinated. So I believe Ashley is going to drop some links in the chat of vaccine information where you can go to get vaccines and where you can go to get your questions answered. If you have specific questions that you may be more comfortable in asking me, I'll drop my email address in the chat so you can reach out and I will get to you those answers as soon as I can. That's all I have.
Thank you so much for that. And yes, I believe Ashley has provided some links in the chat. I want to thank everyone again for being here. And again, this is a fundraiser for Friends of Allensworth, and we had some great information about them. So if you're out there watching on Facebook Live, which I believe we still have a couple people out there watching, and I'm sure many will be watching the reruns of this, feel free to donate at friendsofallensworth.org, and then like them on Facebook. Anybody have any, this is like the open mic portion of the event. Does anybody have anything they want to comment about the whole event in general? Anything they want to say? This is the time to do it. Ashley?
Yay. Okay, I just want to make sure. Hey everyone, if people haven't met me, I am the lead organizer for Black Lives Matter Hanford. I'm a co-host for this evening. I let Justin does such a good job of hosting, so I like to just do all the tech stuff on the back end. So thank you everyone for coming. Just to talk about Allensworth again, like Dee Allen said, they didn't know about Allensworth, but I live in Hanford, which is less than an hour away, and they don't teach us it at school either. So it's something that has to be passed along really from our parents. Or I used to go with my grandmother or my Nana. She would take us there. But they don't know, like the kids don't know about any of this information, and they want to know. My nephew, like I put in the chat, but some people might not have seen it. When I told him about Allensworth, he's like, they don't teach us anything at school. It's always just MLK and Rosa Parks, and it's the same information every year. And he's in 7th grade. So they're aware what kind of information is being taught or not being taught. And they're super excited to learn about these things. So I really do want to help push the efforts of getting ethnic studies into our schools, K through 12. Like, I don't see any reason why people from Hanford or Kings County or Tulare County don't take field trips regularly there and learn about the history there. I think it's a great time, a great thing to do, and they'll be excited about. And also, I want to talk about the youth, and they want to know this information, and they are passing out the information through TikTok. And you guys might not know that, but TikTok people, I think it's very juvenile or like full of dances and stuff, but there are content creators there who are actively talking about Black history, talking about different things, and they go viral or at least receptive that way. So the kids, like, they're young creators too, like they'll be teenagers, or like in the early 20s, talking about the history that they never learned about. So they're using that platform to talk about this to everyone, because they want that information, even though they're not getting it at school. So I really do just want to like talk about ethnic studies and really pushing it to everyone. I think it's a great fight to have here, especially our area, and giving people just, or especially our youth, excited about their history. Because if they just hear about the same two civil rights leaders, they just feel lost, like there's nothing else that's been done, or that they don't relate to it that way. But just showing them Allensworth would be great. So thank you guys for coming, and that's all I wanted to say.
Sweet, thank you, Ashley. Yeah, I feel like this is a great event, but there's a lot of work to be done, and I think there's a lot of people with a lot of good ideas, and we should all try to do some more things like this to inform the youth about all that we've been talking about. So, yeah, we are in the open mic portion. I know some people, okay, KO, you have a hand up.
I have a question for Mr. Ndon. Are you still there?
I am here.
You are there. Okay. I have been having a really hard time getting an appointment to get vaccinated, even though I am a first responder and an emergency worker. And there's some crazy things going on. Like I call a clinic, they're not linked up with the county list at all. Some of the clinics will only give shots to their patients, which is, I guess, understandable. But the one that I'm actually a patient of, they said, "Oh, we can't give you a shot because we are now into people 65 and over or agricultural workers." And I said, "Well, what about the what do you call it, the level 1 people, the phase 1 people that are like, healthcare workers and people in nursing homes, that kind of thing." "Oh no, we're doing we're doing 65 and older and farm workers now." I'm like, "Well, but wait, what about the people that have priority to that?" Well, anyway, the argument never ended. They kind of put me on hold and then forgot about me. But um, in the process, I realized that almost all the clinics don't have shots. They don't have, they got people, they got plenty of people, but they're waiting and waiting on vaccines. So I took the number from the website on the state site that said how many people, they listed each county and how many people in each county had been vaccinated. And then I got on Google and I found out the population of the people of those counties. And I did the math and got myself percentages of the population. And what I found out was that there was a huge disparity in the percentage of residents of Central Valley counties other than Fresno County compared to, like, for example, Southern California, where they've had, all that trouble and, tons and tons of people dying and stuff. I just sort of, I got, I think at the time I did it, it's been, I don't know, 5 days ago or something. LA County they had vaccinated something like over 15% of the population of that county. Orange County was like 17.5% or something. Fresno County was, I don't know, maybe between 14-15%. But Tulare County, Kings County, Kern County, Madera County, Merced County, they were all like 8%, 9%, 7%. And, that bothers me, of course, because there's been all this talk about how people in our kind of counties should, get special attention because we've been ignored so much, right? So can you respond to any of those numbers I just gave you about how these counties are getting shipped so much fewer doses per capita? You know anything about that?
So the caveat to what I have to say is that I've only been with the health department for 3 weeks. So what I shared earlier is what I do know. So I can't speak to that right now. However, if I can follow up and see what's going on with that.
Yeah, take it back with you.
Yeah, definitely.
Because I immediately sent a letter to the governor's office because I thought, okay, it doesn't do much to complain if nobody gets to hear about it. So, I took the time and sent a letter to the governor and I said, hey, I did this math and it came out this way and that's not right. I never even got a response yet. So.
Yeah, shoot me an email. Shoot me an email. I'll follow up and then I'll try and answer your question as best as I can.
All right, thanks. Maybe if you make some noise, things will change.
Hey, maybe.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, this has been a really long event, and I'm super stoked that everyone stuck around and everything. We do have some performers. If anyone still wants to stick around, if not, you can always leave and watch the rerun. Looks like we have. I don't know him to go by this usually, but I guess today he's going by his full name, Celestino Reyes. You're on mute. And then I believe we have some more music, possibly by Heidi, maybe Megan, and KO possibly too.
I have a poem and a song.
Okay. I didn't know that was your full name.
Yeah, Celestino.
Nice.
Yeah, wonderful night tonight. Thank you, everybody who shared education and stories. Um, Fun fact: as I'm studying my native culture, the Buffalo Soldiers earned their name. Unfortunately, they were sent west to clear the way for Manifest Destiny. But when they fought the Native Indians observed that their hair was like the buffalo, and they were fearless and fought very bravely like the buffalo. So it was the Indians who named the black soldiers Buffalo Soldiers. All right, so my first poem is I've been working on is "Can't Kill a Dream," and then I found a nice rendition of "Amazing Grace," which became an abolitionist song. So I'll do both. Can't kill the dream. We protest for justice, knowing it won't be bloodless, only to be met with attack dogs, fire hoses, beatings, and mass arrests, tear gas, nightsticks, and bullwhips. Hatred pushes back and bombed a Baptist church with children still in it, shattered stained glass, blinded a choir girl, the only one to survive the ordeal. Minorities met with terror, the world watches in terror. Of which era am I speaking? Pick a time in history. Has so much changed? We've come so far with so far to go. The hoods have come off, boldly showing their might of hatred and violence in plain sight, trying to take us back in history, a time of their power and our misery. Will our uncivil war ever end? We protest brutality only to be met with more brutality. The ultra conservative right backs the blue so long as the blue beats browns and blacks until they're black and blue. We march this summer for the same reasons, for justice and equal protection under the law. Yet minority deaths keep happening. The youth led the way that Black Lives Matter. Not better, just matter. I wrote poetry, but the teens received death threats by adults revving by in raised up trucks. Scared, tense, tearing down our signs off the fence. So instead, I provided security because you can't kill a dream. King said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth will leave half the world blind and toothless. Fighting violence, I am living proof of this. Martin Luther King's message is as relevant as ever to get rid of extremist behavior towards people of color. He spoke for those who didn't have a voice. Pursuing his dream, he put his life on the line. He said, you can't be free until you overcome your fear of death. He predicted, I may not get there with you to see it. Lo, he was assassinated. Stood up for truth, for righteousness, gave his life for freedom, died for justice, said we shall overcome the legacy of bigotry and injustice. This has just repeated itself in cycles, it seems, for the struggle for these things continues. He's joined our heavenly Redeemer. You can kill the dream, but you cannot kill the dreamer. All right. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. My chains are gone, I've been set free. My God, my Savior has ransomed me, and like a flood, His mercy reigns. Unending love, amazing grace. The Lord has promised good to me. His word my hope secures. He will my shield and portion be, as long as life endures. My chains are gone, I've been set free. My God, my Savior has ransomed me, and like a flood, His mercy reigns. Unending love, amazing grace. The earth shall soon lives off like snow. The sun forbear to shine, but God who called me here below will forever mine. My chains are gone, I've been set free. My God, my Savior has ransomed me, and like the flood, His mercy reigns. Unending love, amazing grace. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. That was awesome. All right. Looks like we have Heidi and Tony, unless anybody else wants to go before them since they already did play at the beginning. But anybody want to say anything or perform? This would be the time to do it.
Hey, Justin, it's Sasha.
Hey, Sasha.
Hey, I just wanted to thank you again. This was awesome. And you're right, we need to do this again. The open
no
discussion is
doubt,
great.
this was awesome.
And I did want to say that we, Friends of Allensworth, along with whomever I could get to write a letter. We did send the letter off to Tony Thurman's office at the State of California Education. His office did get back to me and stated that Allensworth, they are working on putting Allensworth into the California curriculum. So I was not aware that this other issue was going on with, because actually the letters we sent should have included just ethnic studies, period. But we were fighting for Allensworth, but at least that's a step in the right direction. They are putting Allensworth into the California education curriculum. So
Nice.
maybe we should start a letter writing thing for just ethnic studies, period. I'm willing, I'm on if everyone else wants to do that.
That could be something to think about. Definitely. I'm all about it. But yeah, I really do think that we should put all our resources together and do something like this again, whatever that may be like. I know you were talking about you've had different kind of festivals out at Allensworth, and I'm thinking that could be something to help raise some funds. Like we can do something like that, because I know you said that there was a gospel music festival out there, and some other kinds of festivals, and if we can kind of continue that, but and make it like a fundraiser, I think that would be pretty cool. But
Yes.
even just like kind of workshops or like kind of webinars, like something similar like to this, I think would be beneficial if we kind of keep it pretty frequent, just so things like this happen kind of often, so that for those that didn't make it now can get their chance to experience something like this. But we could brainstorm different ideas on how to
Okay,
go
sounds
about
good.
it. But yeah, overall I think a very successful event that we all are a part of, and thank you, Sasha, for sticking around this long, and yeah, everyone, thank you for being here this long. I'm sorry it's gone way over time, but still, there was a lot of good information. Anybody else want to chime in and share any thoughts on the event before we get into some more music? All right, looks like Heidi and Tony, you're up. But everyone else, feel free to. You don't have to stick around the whole time until we close up shop, because I know it's getting pretty late, and this is all documented, and we will be emailing everybody here their copy. You can give them a link, so just in case if they have to leave now, it's totally fine. But Heidi, unmute and take it away.
I always forget about that little button. All right. You want to play a song, Tony?
Okay, yes, please.
All right. All right, we'll play this. Who did this one, Tone? From Tore Down.
Okay. So didn't we do it already?
We did like a sound check way early.
Okay. So.
Who did this one then?
Yeah. It's fine.
I don't remember, but I'm gonna do it now. Hold on. I gotta do this whole enable original sound thing. All right. All right, do it. heart and soul. Love like mine, never grow old. Love you in the morning, evening too. Every time you leave me, I get mad with you, 'cause I'm torn, almost level with the ground. Well, I feel like this with my baby, and bad found. Take it, Tony. Do it one more time, just because you love me. Yeah. Love you, baby, with all my might. Love like mine, well, it's out of sight. Life for you if you want me to. I really don't believe your love is true, 'cause I'm torn down, almost level with the ground. Yeah, I feel like this for my baby, and bad found. What was that? Yeah, I'm tore down, almost level with the ground. I'm tore down, almost level with the ground. Yeah, I feel like this for my baby, can't be found.
Nice. I believe someone said that was written by Freddie King.
Probably.
But
Yeah, I
that,
can't remember.
Yeah.
I know that's, you know.
what's you were doing a song on Soundcheck that you didn't do yet. That sounded pretty cool. Do you remember what that one was? Like the first thing you soundchecked on?
I think that was this one. But we also did I
No,
Just Ain't Feeling Right, the Blue Lou Barker tune.
no, it was something else.
I
Whatever it was,
Yeah.
that's pretty cool. You may be one of the I don't know. It did sound different because you did have different guitars and stuff like that. But
Yeah, we switch out a lot.
it sounds good. It sounds good with that guitar, Tony. But
A lot more even.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, go ahead and do another one if you want.
All right. Let's
How did how did how did
Let's
that
go.
one go that you said that you um I don't know. I try to remember the lyrics, but
Let's do Unchain My
it,
Heart.
it didn't say it didn't say anything about a train. Did you sing a song about a train?
train song?
No.
No.
Rains.
No, I don't know. It was like the very first thing you sound checked on, but it was like I thought he said something about a train, but I could be wrong.
I get the blues when it rains. We did that one.
Okay, well, yeah, maybe that's what it was. But anyway, do whatever you want to do. Don't listen to me.
Unchain My Heart.
I'm gonna just not listen to you.
Let's just do Unchain My Heart.
Tony wants to do Unchain My Heart by Ray Charles. So
All right.
what we're doing.
Just
I don't know if you think I can pull off a Ray Charles tune, but we're gonna try it.
Sounds good.
All right. unchain my heart, baby, let me go. Unchain my heart, 'cause you don't love me no more. Every time I call you on the phone, some girl tells me that you're not at home. So unchain my heart and leave me alone. Under his bed, yeah, I'm a girl in a trance, and I know darn well that I don't stand a chance. Unchain my heart, let me go my way. Unchain my heart, worry me night and day. Lead me through this life of misery. You don't care a bag of beans to me, so unchain my heart and set me free. I'm under your spell. Yeah, I'm a girl in a trance, and I know darn well that I don't stand a chance. Unchain my heart, let me go my way. Unchain my heart, worry me night and day. Lead me through the life of misery. You don't care a bag of beans to me, so unchain my heart and set me free.
Nice. Pretty good. Pretty good. That was really good, actually. But yeah, sweet. Um, anything else that you wanted to do?
I mean, we could play all night, but we want to give some other people some chances.
Thank you. That's great. Yeah,
We're all good.
You know, Iris, Sasha, anybody have a song?
Anyone, man.
Poem, song, a speech?
I got a little
Or Heidi can
something.
take it away.
A little bit more chill.
I don't think anyone's going to say anything. But yeah, I mean, let's maybe, I don't know, it's 9:53 over here. I know it's even later for you over there on the East Coast, but maybe do a song or two and we'll just call it a night, it's your choice, no pressure. You don't I mean we can end it right now, or if you want to do one, it's your call. What are you thinking over there, Heidi?
I mean, we're gonna be playing probably till 3 in the morning anyway, so it seriously doesn't matter to us. Whatever you guys want is what we'll do.
I think we'll wrap up the video just so that pretty soon here, so that we don't have like a super duper long video. I mean, I could always because I could kind of I could end the video now or ish, and then I don't know. That's what. But yeah, maybe do maybe if you can do one more for the live, because we do got a couple people watching on Facebook Live still.
Alright. What do you want? Give me a song. Do you want a Tracy Chapman tune?
Let's do that one. Yeah,
What's Tony saying over there?
He's saying whatever you want, Heidi. That's fine with me.
Are you sure?
Give me one recent too.
No, he likes "Give Me One Reason" by Tracy Chapman.
No, you just
So
mentioned that, so
I guess we'll
I
do
think
that
that's what
one.
I think that's what we tried.
Is that cool with you guys?
I think so. I don't think it would be an issue at all. But yeah, whatever you want to do, it's your call.
All right, we'll do this. F sharp. Maybe a little slower. Everyone needs to stay here and all to love it. Everyone needs to stay here and all to love it. 'Cause I don't wanna leave you lonely. You better make me change my mind. Baby, I got you, and I know that you got mine. You know that I've hold too many down times. You can call me, baby. You can call me anytime. You gotta call me. If you want reason to stay here and all to my bed around. Oh, if you want reason to stay here and all to my bed around. Yeah, I will. 'Cause I don't wanna leave you lonely. You better make me change my mind. I don't wanna squeeze my never away my life. I don't wanna squeeze my never take away my life. I just want someone to hold me, oh, and rock me through the night. Go ahead and rock me, tell me. This youthful heart can love you, yeah, and give you what you need. I said this youthful heart can love you, yeah, and give you what you need. But I'm too damn old to go chasing you around, wasting my precious energy. Give me one reason to stay here, yeah, and I'll turn right back around. Oh, give me one reason to stay here. say.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah. Nice.
No.
Tino. Tino, are you wanting to perform or are you bouncing? You heading out?
Dude, give me something.
Huh? What did you say, Heidi?
I said somebody else should give me some entertainment here.
I know, but it's already 10 over here. We don't have the energy like you where it's one. What is it? 1?
One, yeah.
It's 1 over there. 1 o'clock.
Cry me a river, cry me a river.
Oh
I
shoot.
cry a river over you.
Well, if you have a tune, we can still keep the live going because we do have. Looks like we don't have a big crowd right now, but we still have one person out there watching.
Now Tony's playing that song.
What song is that?
Cry me a river.
Do you know it?
Yeah. Why would we not? Be a river.
My hands are exhausted.
Tony.
Wait, yeah. If are you guys done? You guys want to take a little break for for yourselves, and then we'll call it quits tonight.
We're all good, man. Yeah, I mean, whatever you want is fine.
That's not
I thought I,
You can go. You can go night night if you want to. It's fine.
It's not me. No, I thought I heard Tony say his hands were hurting.
No, he's gonna be up for at least another couple hours. Believe me. Believe me.
Oh shoot! It's your call. It's your call though. We have one person on Facebook.
Hi, person on Facebook. No, but we could do another thing. What do you want to play? Justin, what do you want to hear?
I still want to hear that one song that I heard on Soundcheck, but I can't remember what it was.
The only ones we did on Soundcheck were "I'm Tore Down" and "I Just Ain't Feeling Right," and we did both of those.
All right. What's he playing? Is he playing "Cry Me a River"?
Yeah.
Do that one, I guess.
I've never done it before.
I thought you said you knew it.
I mean, I can fake it.
You just sing and let him play it.
Yeah. He wants us to play this song now. Okay. I only know the bridge. Let's play Don't Touch My Leg. Let's play Let's play Don't Touch My Leg. Because that's a Lulu Barker. Not online. Okay. This is a Lulu Barker tune.
All right, this will be the last one because, yeah, it'll just be. Well, yeah, I mean for us over here, but yeah, I mean, you two can. I think we're gonna end the live after this song.
Okay.
We don't have to play another one.
We don't have to play. We're good. I mean,
we're just sitting here talking and we're trying to come up with something. So.
I don't know. What should we do, Heidi? It's your call.
I don't care. Is there no?
What? You're on mute now, Heidi.
I don't know how that happened. Is there nobody here?
It's nah. Everyone kind of. All my people on Facebook, they're all tuned out. We got, and then yeah, it's just you. It's me, the only one here now.
That's fine. I mean, we can.
Let's call it quits because my hand is killing me. Well, I'm going to play with you anyway for a little bit.
Yeah.
No point.
All right, let's call it quits.
Yeah.
you so
that's
much
cool.
for hosting us again tonight. Thank you. It's a lot of fun. It really is. It keeps me on my toes.
We love you.
It sounded good. I like that guitar. What is that?
It's a Peerless
Nice. Hollow, semi-hollow or fully hollow?
hollow body, but it sounds really good. I am surprised, but it actually works pretty good. I can't remember the model name. It's just a thin line.
But is it a semi-hollow or fully hollow?
Yeah, it's a full hollow body, but it's a little slender. It's kind of like the George Benson kind of, but it's got a lot of. It's a hand carved. It's a quilted. It's a maple top.
Nice.
It's got a like bell tone though. It's got great. It just feels like a jazz guitar. It's nice.
It sounds a lot cleaner than that first kind of set you did. For some reason, that was like You'll have to listen back, but it sounded a little weird. And I don't know why.
It actually sounds more
Well, you should have
balanced.
told us that. Like that's what we were after.
Well, I didn't know. I mean, I didn't have any solution. I'm still don't. I don't know. It didn't sound bad.
It really does. It's just the right frequency. That's all it is.
He has like 800 guitars sitting around here, so we can change it out.
It didn't sound bad. It had a little bit. I don't know what. I thought it was a little trebly or something.
That's one thing it is.
Yep.
Yep.
Because that was just a solid body. Like,
Well, that of the guitar sounds very trebly.
Yeah.
Playing out.
But it didn't. Yeah, it didn't sound bad. It just. And then there was some glitchy issues. Like I don't know if it was my end or your end, but that first acoustic set you did was some glitching, and like it was kind of weird. But I don't know. You'll have to watch the rerun, and then. But yeah, with this hollow body, it sounded amazing.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. That's good to know because I have no idea how's it coming across. It's just a better signal.
Yeah. Cool. All right.
There's one other, like you can put it on. I'm just wondering, you can put it on original sound, right?
Yeah.
Put it on original sound, but there's another aspect of the processing.
I am on original sound.
I know, but I'm not saying that. I'm saying there's another thing where there's there's a compressor too in there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? There's a compressor. That's not going to interfere with the original sound, but there is a compressor in the phone it's going to try to keep a line level. So if you have something that's too loud, it's going to start to dive or push and compress. You see what I'm saying? And that's why you say back off. You're too loud. But the phone has there's more auto stuff going on in that phone other than I think that's just my opinion. There's a compressor in there somehow that's working. But don't listen to
No, yeah, I feel you got. I think you're right on that. Something going on, but yeah, overall it was really good, and I really thank you both of you for being a part of this event. It was super long, but
I still have one person on my Facebook, so watching the live stream. So
Okay.
hi, whoever you are.
I got one person too. I think it's the same person that. I think because I see that there's one person on, but yeah, let's end it, and they can watch the rerun of it and see all the amazing stuff.
Yeah, it's been fun. Thanks, Jeff.
It's always good. You two are awesome. Peace. I'll hit you up soon about some more stuff.
Yep, always up.
All right. You two have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
Later.
Who else is out there in the background? You recognize that person?
I don't know. There's
Peace.